City Council regular meeting this Tuesday evening, January 16th. I now call this meeting to order. I invite everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll?
With pleasure, Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here.
And Councilmember Lee.
Here.
At this time, I will ask our Deputy City Clerk if any notifications or requests for virtual meeting participation have been received from any members of the council due to just cause or emergency circumstances.
Madam Mayor, we have received no such requests.
Thank you. We're excited to be here in person, and we are so excited to see another full house. Thank you. With options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually, there are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow Request to Speak slip and hand it to the Deputy Clerk. If participating remotely, please use the Raise Your Hand feature in Zoom, and you'll be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. Now it is my distinct pleasure to begin our ceremonial section of our agenda with the first item, a commendatory resolution C3, recognizing Amourence Lee for her term as mayor. And I see many of Councilmember Lee's family and friends are here, which is wonderful. So we have, the first item is a beautiful resolution, and I am not Vanna White, but here it is for everyone to see. And I will pass it to Councilmember Lee while I read it aloud so she can read along. Commending Amourence Lee for her first term as mayor of the city of San Mateo. Resolved by the City Council of the City of San Mateo, California, that Amourence Lee has served the citizens of San Mateo as an influential member of this City Council since 2019 and has completed her first stint as mayor from December 2022 to December 2023, in a year that included many large issues for San Mateo, coupled with great community activism. And whereas, following New Year's Eve historic storms that produced historic flooding throughout San Mateo and impacted 10,000 homes, Amourence used her State of the City address entitled San Mateo and Our Resilient Future to inspire the community to collectively seek solutions for the future with both creativity and dedication through cultivating prosperity, encouraging placemaking by strengthening the built environment, public amenities, and housing affordability, and most importantly, by empowering San Mateans with a commitment to dedicated representation, transparency, and accessibility by and to its electeds. And whereas, in response to the historic storms, she conceived and created the San Mateo Flood Relief Fund and achieved donations of over $56,000 to support our local community to help those affected by the floods recover and rebuild. And whereas, the regular business of the city continued on, with Amourence presiding over 21 regular meetings and 28 special meetings, with 419 items heard and dispatched with, as she worked hard to continue to meet the city's ongoing needs. Additionally, she presided over 5 recruitments for board and commission openings, which included interviewing 22 candidates, and ensured new representative involvement, promoting diversity and inclusion on our commissions. And she initiated, encouraged, and conceived of the importance of youth commission recruitment and the seating of our 2 first Youth Commission advisory members on the Park and Recreation Commission. And whereas a major accomplishment in 2023, she, along with the City Council, presided over a robust recruitment and hired our new city manager to ensure continuity of operations that will continue for all San Mateans and a new and exciting leadership that is embraced. And whereas some of the many initiatives during her year as mayor included participating in discussions and encouraging progress on the city's General Plan 2040, listening to the community and advocating for housing affordability, involvement in the process to review and submit the housing element to the state for certification, supporting a charter amendment to examine and correct governance systems, supporting a comprehensive, complete streets plan, approving the Racial Equity Art Project, approving a voluntary expenditure limit for election campaigns. She is keenly concerned with climate change impacts and is a strong advocate for right-sized solutions, including voting to approve a $3 million appropriation to fund high-priority flood mitigation efforts to prepare the city's aging infrastructure to face the modern-day challenges posed by climate change. And she did a great job representing the city of San Mateo with dignity, joy, and grace in Toyonaka, Japan at the 60th anniversary celebration of our city's sister relationship with Toyonaka. And whereas Amourence is known for her passionate commitment to community needs, focusing on overcoming generational, social, and economic challenges, representing the underrepresented, bringing a focus to vulnerable populations, and then working hard to find equal representation for all, supporting sustainability causes, democratic principles, and especially speaking up for those who don't have a voice. And she is a ready and able leader on any bond, ballot, or community-desired issue, and will strategize, organize, and persist to ensure the right thing happens. In short, AMO is a force to be reckoned with. And now, therefore, the city does hereby formally extend its deepest appreciation for the commitment, dedication, leadership, and heartfelt public service given by Amourence Lee, in which all of the San Mateo community benefited from her passionate care of many causes dear to their hearts, keen attention to protecting the governance processes, vocal support for treasured initiatives, as well as her deep dedication to the community. Approved this 16th day of January 2024 by the mayor and all the council members, and attested to by Patrice M. Olds, the city clerk. Congratulations. I barely got through reading all the things she did. How did she ever sleep, right? So I would like to invite my fellow council members to join me to express appreciation to Amourence. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Hedges.
First, I'd just like to thank you for everything you've done this last year, especially your work on flood-free San Mateo. It's going to help so many residents of this city. I met you about 7 years ago. You invited me to a cleanup in North Central. I was so impressed with your organizing skills. The number of people that showed up to help was the largest I've ever seen in a summer event. There were 400 people that fanned out across North Central neighborhood and picked up large quantities of trash. I said to you at that time, I thought you should consider running for city council. When an appointment became available, many people came to support your appointment. I was one of them, and I was so pleased when you were appointed. After you came on the council, you supported the people in our city that are struggling to remain here. As we both know, they are the people that create the services, in most instances, that we need to remain residents here. I am awed by your intelligence. I truly mean that. You speak several languages fluently. I saw you step down from the podium and speak fluent Spanish to a family here in the council chambers that speak no English. Your delivery at meetings is smooth and fluid, and your presence is remarkable. I will tell you that I'm so happy that I was given the opportunity in January to nominate you and elevate you to the position of mayor. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lorraine.
I want to be careful because I want to, talk about the accomplishments of Mayor Lee in last year without necessarily making it seem as though we're bidding goodbye to her or anything. She's still here on council and she has quite a bit left to accomplish, and I'm sure she will do that. But I do want to thank Amourence for your service as mayor to the city of San Mateo during a historic year, seeing us through many challenges, and with a council of, 5 council members, 4 of whom were just getting onto the dais to meet those challenges. That's a tough assignment for anybody, and it was going to be an especially tough assignment for the new council. It was at that time that we needed somebody proven, somebody with experience. Particularly, we were fortunate to have someone with the experience of other historic challenging years before us. She was hardened. She has the strength and the courage and the experience and leadership to guide us. We are very fortunate to have had her leadership at that time. We had a number of big challenges, as most people in this room are well aware, from historic flooding, as was noted, that presented 2 large challenges to our city, not just what we need to do to help those in need at the moment and repair that which had been damaged after the storms we just endured, but what to do with regard to future planning so that we don't find ourselves in that situation again, what to do about deferred maintenance over decades, and planning for a more sustainable and resilient future. We of course had many, we have a new city manager now, and on top of everything, there was a new task before us during last year to replace our top city executive, and we've had some other changes as well. We needed leadership and experience at that time to see us through and make the best choice for the people of San Mateo. We needed somebody who I think has time and again shown that nobody cares about San Mateo more than Amourence Lee, and a willingness to serve and a drive to serve for all San Mateans every day. I'm glad that we won't lose that on our city council. I appreciate a number of ways that you've, I think, opened up the city a bit. We are now in a city of district representation, and I think Mayor Lee gave us a start to understand how that might allow for a more diverse experience in our city. We had the State of the City at King Center, and boards and commission meetings. We've had town halls throughout, and I think from our youngest to our oldest, leading on initiatives like having youth commissioners in our Parks and Rec Commission, and exploring ways to allow more in our boards and commissions, and those interested in running for council to do so. The city and this council are in your debt. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, thank you for all you've done this past year. I'm not going to go through Adam just did a great job of recapturing everything. But one of the things that I had the pleasure of getting to do with you was to bring in the first youth commissioners. And that is a program that was completely brought to the forefront by you. And it's just a real testament to bringing the youth of our city into the city. And I'm very proud of and thankful that I got to go through that experience with you. And I look forward to that program continuing to grow. And that was really something an effort that you put forward and that you put into place. And so for that, I'm very thankful. And thank you for everything this past year. Thank you.
And since I've already exhausted every where is and therefores, I think the thing that obviously hit with the audience here is Amo is a force of nature. She is a force to be reckoned with. And I think we've seen both your time as mayor as well before you were on council, that when you get an idea and you get a passion, you can bring people together and harness that energy and lead the way forward and get things done. And that is a very rare talent and one that everyone in San Mateo should thank you for, because it has certainly benefited our community in so many different ways. And as she said to us at the beginning of the meeting, the first meeting, this is the only time I've sat in the right seat. She's sat in every other seat here, which means she's been involved in so many decisions and so many strategies and so many policies and contributed so much to the health and well-being of San Mateo, and that is truly, truly appreciated by all of us. And I also would like to call out the fact that she's balancing being a mom with being a council member, which tends to take your time 24/7 and then some. And I appreciate that even more being in this seat than I did last year. But I know it's a difficult thing, and I really want to thank you for putting both things high on your priority, but always understanding that it's your family that is really the joy of your life, and bringing that joy to the council every time you're here. So thank you very much. Congratulations. And we look forward to all the great things you're going to do going forward. So surprise, surprise, we have a couple of gifts for you. And the first one is a gift from the city, and Council Member Lorraine is going to present it. Ooh.
What's in the box? Why, it's a crystal gavel. Congratulations. Pull it out. I think the owner should pull it out.
Whoa.
Fancy.
It works, Patrice?
That is authority.
Okay. All right.
There you
Gotta
go.
test it out, right?
Well done.
Thank you.
There we go. Now the gift giving continues, and council has a gift, and that is going to be Councilmember Hedges who shares that.
This is a beautiful orchid, as well as a gift certificate for a restaurant here in San Mateo to sort of placate your family who have often had to leave at home and miss dinners. I will tell you that it's good it's going to your house, because orchids go to my house to die.
Thank you.
And as we have all said, we know that your year as mayor involves a lot of sacrifice, personal and for your family. So Councilmember Newsom wants to express our appreciation to Simon and Mia for sharing your mom with us this year.
This year. It's a great sacrifice having your mom not as available, and so anyhow, thank you so much, and please enjoy these on behalf of the City Council. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we want to divulge what they are?
They are basketballs. Get outside and have some fun.
Excellent. So I think at this point, it's appropriate to turn it over to Amourence for a few words.
I really appreciate all of this, this acknowledgement. And I know that everyone sitting here up on the dais, and those of you who are veteran organizers, you know that we don't do the work for the accolades, but it is nice when they come. And I also really appreciate the way that that I'm sure Patrice and Martin worked so hard on this resolution, and the chance to review some of the work that has been achieved through our efforts and the community's efforts. I had set out to write something in preparation for this this night, and unfortunately my day yesterday was completely derailed when I very suddenly lost a dear family member. And those are the moments in life when things stop and you have to really take stock of what's important and why we do the work that we do. And I'll share a little bit about my auntie, because she was just 68 and I thought I had a lot more time with her. And when I think about the imprints that she made on me in my life, she was a self-made woman. She never graduated from college. She really made her own way. And in making her own way, she paved the path for folks who didn't have opportunities. And that was really her life's work. And I never got a chance to tell her that. And I hope in my actions and in my legacy that I conveyed what she gave me and the values she instilled in me as a testament to honor her. And I hope that my actions speak for themselves, because I don't have a chance to tell her. So I share this with you all because I know everyone in this room is part of the work. And none of the things that are on this piece of paper or not on this piece of paper or yet to be written were all part of making San Mateo the best possible place it can be. And I hope that when we do this work that we can show up and be the best possible versions of ourselves. And it requires deep care and respect. And I think that we've really come together around some key initiatives this year. And I really hope that we can continue moving forward in unity. And I will say just a little bit about the people sitting in this room who've had my back, and the people that are my North Star and my foundation. And when I'm sick, I don't have to ask, because they know that I need soup and groceries. And so, all of us are doing this work through the support of our families and through the sacrifices of our families and friends. And I just want to especially acknowledge the sisterhood that supports me, the North Central community that keeps me grounded, and my children, who are my reason for everything. You two You two really got me into this work when I joined the PTA a million years ago. And that was the path. And so I thank you for inspiring me on this path and also for paying the price of service, which is very high. And I know that it takes a toll on you and it costs you in many ways. And so I thank you for being on this journey with me, all of you. And it's not done. We got a lot more work to do. So thank you so much.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. I guess we're going to do public comment first, since probably there are lots of public comments, and then we will take a photo with Amourence at the end. So, Deputy Clerk.
Yes, through the mayor, our first speaker will be Noelia Corzo.
Oh, first up.
That's Supervisor Noelia Corzo.
Wasn't expecting to go first. That's okay. Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank Mayor Lee for her dedication to the city of San Mateo and beyond. You had a challenging year as mayor, but you rose to the occasion with grace and resilience. Your analytical mind, dedication, and commitment to both short and long-term solutions to our city's most pressing issues do not go unnoticed. From supporting numerous school district ballot measures, to organizing community cleanups, to raising money to help our community recover from flooding, to making sure we spent a couple of hours in December walking to support a flood-free San Mateo. You never shy away from hard work, and you lead by example. Now, on a more personal note, while some may believe that you and I agree on everything, we both know that's not true. And we have debated each other, challenged each other, and supported each other's growth. And I am so proud of you. You are courageous, kind, and our city is lucky to have you as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. Our next speaker will be Alexis Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Congratulations, Amo. So proud of you. I'm happy to be here tonight for this special celebration. As the Mayor, you displayed integrity, self-awareness, courage, respect, compassion, and resilience. I admire your ability to bounce back from obstacles and setbacks when you were faced with people who wanted to see you fail. Thank you for the work you've done to promote the common good and remain committed to the city's responsibility to serve all residents. Thank you for ensuring that everyone had access to government services and that marginalized groups had their opinions heard by city officials. Thank you for standing for inclusion, truth, and justice. Now I'll get religious with you. May God bless you. Continue to watch over you and your beautiful children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Seema Patel.
Good evening, City Council. Also want to congratulate Amourence Lee. Thank you so much for all of your work this past year as mayor. As other people have pointed out, there's so many initiatives that you brought to San Mateo that were your idea, and everything from campaign finance reform to the youth commissioners, like that, those changes were because of your leadership. And I particularly appreciate all of your work to make sure that our underrepresented community members have a voice on the dais, and all of the bold leadership and decisive action that you have taken to make sure that San Mateo moves in the direction of equity and inclusion and sustainability. It was a tough year, and I appreciate that you never stopped doing the work. as other people have pointed out. I talked to a resident last year who told me Mayor Lee is the hardest working mayor I've ever met. I'm sure they meant no disrespect to any other mayors that may be in the audience. And it's true. You never stop. So thank you so much for all you've done for San Mateo.
It's not a competition.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jonathan New, followed by Jordan Grimes and Robert Whitehair.
Good evening, City Council. My comment probably won't be as eloquent as some of the previous ones, but I did want to take a moment to thank you, Amourence, for a great year as mayor. Really appreciate your courageous leadership over the past year, particularly for such areas like flood-free San Mateo and the beautiful murals we have on our closed B Street. And thank you for helping make San Mateo a great place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, Council, staff, Honorable Mayor. Like so many others, I just want to take a moment tonight to commend Councilmember Lee on her mayoral tenure. Acknowledgement of and understanding of our city's past, action in our present, and planning for our future, all at the same time, comprise and require a balancing act not for the faint of heart. Public service, true public service, requires a deep, deep love of a city and its people, of those who inhabit it. And if there's one thing you have proven time and time again, it's that you have the heart and that love and that desire of a better and fairer life for all of those who call San Mateo home and for all of those who want to. During your time as mayor, you have not only been the voice, you have been the voice of so many who are too often not represented on this dais. Of youth, of working class residents, of renters, and of those 60,000 some odd people who work in our city but cannot live here. We are grateful to you. With you on the council, with this council in its entirety, our city's best days lie ahead. We look forward to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Robert Whitehair, followed by Terry Whitehair. Okay.
Amourence Lee, congratulations for all you've done. Congratulations for being such a steadfast proponent of San Mateo. I first met Amo when she was on the General Plan Subcommittee more than 5 years ago. My first impression was, this is a leader. This is the future of San Mateo. When it came time to give you an endorsement when you ran for office, my comments were, this is a woman who is the future of San Mateo in so many ways. You help the city be vibrant, and you help the city be what it is. So congratulations.
And congratulations again. You are a voice and a perspective that we are one community, and all of our voices are important and need to be heard. And I honor that, and I honor your vulnerability that you share with us, so that we can really be in relationship in the community and really get to know each other. And I appreciate your future thinking and your dynamism and your personal connection with everyone. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Concludes public comment.
All right, well, that was a very, very lovely thing. Thank you to everyone who spoke and everyone who is here, and thank you to Amourence for your service. We are going to continue on now. Oh, excuse me, with our picture. We're going to continue with our picture. So let's get together. And where would you like us? Down here?
Should I take the gavel? Okay.
And she's got the gavel, so be careful.
Will the gavel end? Let's go.
Front and center. Thanks, everyone.
Can I get one more with my initial cut? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, I'll
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Smile. Excellent.
We're going to take about a 2-minute break so everyone can admire the flowers and the orchid and the cigala, and we will reconvene in literally about 2 or 3 minutes.
Rich disappeared.
Housing calendar. Yeah. Okay, smile for the camera. How old are you now? Wow.
All right, everyone, we're about ready to get started again. We are commencing the meeting, everyone. Yep. All right, thank you very much. We now are about to go into another ceremonial item, which is one of my favorite of the year, the HIP Housing 2024 calendar presentation. And Diane Whitaker, a dear friend and board member, will come up to make a presentation. And I believe we have Tien Tuong Nam, one of the contest winners, with us here as well. Diane, will you come up? Here we are.
I'm looking for the red light. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and council members Lorraine, Hedges, Lee, and Deputy Mayor Newsom. My name is Diane Whitaker, and I'm a proud board member of HIP Housing, having joined the HHDC board 22 years ago. Since 1972, HIP Housing has been helping low-income San Mateo County residents to find and maintain housing in one of the most expensive places to live in the country. HIP Housing is listed in all 21 housing elements in San Mateo County, including yours, as a trusted, affordable housing partner. Last year, we worked with over 3,200 individuals and housed 1,241 people throughout the county. In the city of San Mateo alone, we received 302 inquiry calls this year, meaning 2023. We currently work with a total of 762 people here, helping to house 58 individuals through our home sharing program, 15 through our self-sufficiency program, and 387 residents at our HIP Housing owned and managed properties. On behalf of HIP Housing, I would like to thank the Honorable Mayor Lisa Diaz-Nash and the members of the San Mateo City Council for your enduring support of our organization. As a symbol of our appreciation of your partnership, I'm here tonight to present you with HIP Housing's 2024 calendar. So I think Patrice had passed them all out. Thank you, Patrice. Each year, HIP Housing asks children from around the county in grades kindergarten through 5th grade to draw a picture of home and tell us what home means to them. This year, we had over 320 calendar entries, and from these entries, 13 winners were selected, 12 for each of the months and 1 for the front cover. I'd like to introduce you to Tien Tuong Nam. He is a 2nd grader in San Mateo at College Park, block from my home. He is our 2024 calendar contest winner for the month of October, and I'd like to invite him to read his quote for you.
My home is a golden tree house where my imagination goes wild and all my dreams come true.
Thank you. We hope you enjoy the calendar and that it serves as a beautiful reminder throughout the year of how important housing is to everyone in our county, especially our children. More information about HIP Housing's programs and our calendar contest can be found on our website at www.hiphousing.org. Thank you.
Now that the fun part of the evening is over, on to business we go. So Deputy City Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 3, Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. Item number 4, Uniform Laundry Services Amendment. Item number 5, Wastewater Treatment Plant Upgrade and Expansion Project, Final Parcel Map. Item number 6, Second and El Camino Garage Improvements Amendment. Item number 7, Second and El Camino Garage Improvements Phase 1 Construction Contract. Item number 8, Basin B Sanitary Sewer Rehabilitation Project Construction Agreement. Item number 9, California Department of Transportation Sustainable Communities Grant Application Letter of Support. Item number 10, Ballot Measure and Community Surveys Appropriation and Agreement. Item number 11, Ballot Measure Communications Consulting Services for the November 2024 General Election Appropriation and Agreement. Item number 12, Updated City Council Appointments List. Item number 13, Business License and Regulations and Building Security Code Amendments Ordinance Adoption. Item number 14, Department Heads and Deputy Directors, Merit Employees, and Hourly Per Diem Salary Schedule Approval. And finally, item number 15, Police Officers Association Memorandum of Understanding Changes.
Thank you very much to the Deputy City Clerk for reading the consent calendar. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item on the consent calendar? No? If any of the members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only.
Madam Mayor, we do have one request to speak on the consent calendar, and it is from Rick Bonilla.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. Rick Bonilla, the former mayor. I am here tonight to say that I noticed on the consent calendar a construction contract for the second and El Camino garage. And I just want to ask if we could get a description of the scope of work there. I want to add some context. About 4 or 5 years ago, I walked that garage because I noticed parts of the post-tension cables hanging out of the edge of the slabs on the upper floors. Those are the cables that are for seismic strengthening to keep the slab from racking one way or another. At that time, I noticed diagonal cracks at the corners of the upper slabs. So I'm wondering if this scope of work addresses those issues. Could somebody please describe the scope of work, please?
Where's the Public Works Director?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 2 additional public comment.
I think perhaps Acting Director of Public Works, Brad Underwood, could help us out.
Yeah, Brad Underwood, Interim Director of Public Works. Yes, the post-tensioning is what this contract is about. It's going to take care of that aspect of the garage. This is phase 1. There'll be a future phase to address other issues with the garage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since there are no other comments,
Through the mayor, we have 2 additional requests to speak on the consent calendar. Our first speaker will be Lori's. Lori's, please unmute your mic. Lori, this is your opportunity to speak. If you please unmute your mic.
Hi, thank you. Sorry. I would like to comment on the funds being allocated for the consultants for the voting. And I would like to say that, I'm still not sure why the city feels the need to do a ballot measure to overturn Measure Y when we seem to have adequate housing already identified in the general plan, and that with the double density bonus, that actually provides even more housing. I'm wondering if staff has done the math to find out what the double density bonus would do to adding additional housing without overturning Measure Y. Because if we overturn Measure Y and the height limits get higher, that means the double density bonus gives even more height and density. So I would like to find out if staff has done any of that math and have that published. And I think there's a lot of money being spent on this ballot measure that could be better spent in other city programs. Thank you.
Thank you, and then we have one more public comment.
That's correct. Our final speaker on the consent calendar is Lisa Vandervoorde. Lisa, please unmute your mic.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Lisa Vandervoorde, and I'm a 35-year resident of San Mateo. I'd like to speak to items 10 and 11 on the consent calendar, basically echoing what Lori had just said. These two items on the City Council consent agenda tonight include over $200,000 in ballot consulting fees to overturn Measure Y. And I'm wondering if anyone has done the math to figure out to see if overturning Measure Y is now necessary given the double density bonuses allowed by the state. These allow developers to have yet another 50% density bonus, allowing height limits already higher than those allowed under Measure Y. That's a lot of money to waste, and there will be even more should this measure go through to the ballot this November. I ask for further discussion tonight on these two items, please, and that the City Council also reconsider whether such a ballot measure is now even necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no further public comment.
All right, then we'll close the public comment, bring it back to council. Is there a motion from council to
Move approval of the consent agenda, all items.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Deputy Clerk, could you please read the roll?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. And one more note. We welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. And if speaking during general public comment, they must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. If the speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. So, Deputy Clerk, is there public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have received 12 requests to speak in chamber. We are now calling on remote attendees. If you wish to speak on general public comment, please raise your hand now. Madam Mayor, we have a total of 15 requests to speak.
Okay, so I guess that's 2 minutes. All right, thank you.
We'll call the first 3 speakers. In the interest of time, if your name is called, if you could please line up along the side. That'll help us get through the meeting efficiently. Our first speaker will be Kelly Ryerson, followed by Irina Mavridis and Laura Wood.
I've learned when the clock starts.
Madam Mayor and City Council, great to see you all. Today I wanted to share something a little bit different, because what I feel like is happening in San Mateo regarding the cell facility radiation is a typical display of environmental injustice. We witnessed the whiter, wealthier cities of San Mateo moving forward with urgency ordinances to protect the citizens from inevitable health impacts from cell facilities. But in our city, with enviable socioeconomic and racial diversity, the path to human safety is impeded by either a lack of cooperation by the city staff, or perhaps just straight up corporate influence, or maybe both. Mill Valley is 84% white, 7.8% Asian. Ross is 88% white, 5% Asian. Carmel is 91.8% white. And as you know, San Mateo is 41% white, 25% Asian, 19% Hispanic. Our residents are not a wealthy group of people who can pay to have lawyers constantly hounding the city staff to do their jobs with a resident-first approach. Instead, it is a classic story of polluting corporations trying to quietly set up their health-damaging technology, hoping no one has the time nor resources to notice. The tragedy continues when our residents who happily move into their new developments that San Mateo is so proud of, or finally have enough money to rent a home, are placed next to a pole that will give them cancer, migraines, anxiety, and more, but they will struggle to cover the healthcare costs to go and get the treatment from those conditions. The city is absolutely perpetuating socioeconomic and racial discrimination by allowing these cancer poles to be placed by residences. Last summer, Crown Castle told the S&I Commission that they wouldn't be placing the facilities next to homes. I guess they had hoped no one was watching, as nearly all the applications went right next to homes. It is vital that an emergency ordinance be initiated today. Despite what our city attorney and city manager claimed 2 weeks ago, this can and should be enacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irina Mavridis, followed by Laura Wood and Bianca Batil.
Good evening. Good to see everyone again. So as a recap, I just wanted to bring to your attention how at one of the last meetings, 3 permits were abruptly withdrawn by Crown Castle, coincidentally after they heard from our expert telecommunication attorneys. Our expert noted that essentially Crown Castle was trying to submit the same application for each of the 197 sites it planned to build. Since then, we've learned that 44 total permits have been tolled, T-O-L-L-E-D, in total have been told by Crown Castle as well, and we're still waiting for exactly what was missing when the shot clock begins again. As we all already understand, these are not for cell phone service. This is for broadband internet, wireless internet, and the community already has access to internet in their homes. Carmel is the latest California city to have recently updated their ordinance and is now compelling the applicants to show a true gap in coverage for personal cell phone service and not just via a computer-generated propagation map, but demanding actual real drive test data and also dropped call records. We must place the burden of proof back onto the applicants where it belongs. We've learned that the city staff is having, I guess, weekly meetings with Crown Castle, and Crown Castle is paying for that, which essentially makes the city staff paid consultants for Crown Castle. So it's a little bit unclear on how we would like to be part of those discussions for the sake of transparency. And finally, will you please direct your wonderful Director of Public Works, Brad Underwood, to make a modification in the design standards of our current ordinance today that can add a section demanding, like Carmel did, a condition for the applicant to show a true proven gap in coverage. This can be done even without the need for an emergency ordinance, although that is still desperately needed. We cannot wait for spring. There's new batching requirements coming in, and under the current code, and I shall quickly find it and tell you again, 1710-080 standard conditions of approval, the director may modify, has discretion to modify. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Laura Wood, followed by Bianca Batil and Heather Wolnick.
Thank you very much for your service, everyone. Back in November, I attended a meeting about the safety of our streets and sidewalks in Parkside in the Shoreview area, and there seems to be a real disconnect between the city and the study and the residents regarding the safety of our neighborhood. Most of the residents that attended the meeting on November 28th voiced their concerns about walking and driving safely in our area, especially around our schools. Parkside Montessori, Baywood Middle School, and Lead Elementary. If you drive through just prior to the afternoon pickup, you will see several folks running stop signs, speeding, and parking in red zones, including school buses, which I saw today. Also, people swerve around cars to get ahead in very narrow streets. Several streets were highlighted amongst the most dangerous to cross or drive, including parts of Roberta, Eisenhower, Kehoe, Shoreview, Norfolk at 3rd, and the block that has the fish market proposal, which was not highlighted in the study, but is a total nightmare when all the businesses are open. I think that the residents who live in this area are a better barometer than studies done. Please put in real speed bumps or bump outs near schools, speed cameras or patrols. Also, the residents can tell you exactly where to put these things. Also, corner parking should be eliminated near school crosswalks. It is extremely difficult to spot small people getting ready to cross in these narrow streets. The lack of ADA compliant bus stops and shelters is a problem throughout the Norfolk and our neighborhood. Bike safety and awareness and scooter needs to happen in this community. I fear for my brother's safety who has Parkinson's and he bikes, walks, and takes transit in our area, and I am very concerned about his safety. Thank you. Please make our area safer in in this decade, you know.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Blanca Batil, followed by Heather Wolnick and Bry Myers.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Blanca Batil, and I'm a resident of San Mateo a long time. In my profession, I'm a biotech trainer. I train on disease state as well as mechanism of action for 23 years. More importantly, I'm a Latina and a proud mother, concerned mother of 3. Last year in December, I came to listen to Mr. Kramer, and I was looking for hope. He mentioned that the tower that's going to go right in front of my children's home and children's bedroom is equivalent to a microwave. We've all tried boiling water in microwaves. There are built-in safety features, such as doors, off and on buttons. They're not emitting radiation 24/7 right in front of our homes. As a Latina, I'm also already 3 times more likely to develop cancer. My children, who are half Asian, their numbers are just as bad. I realize genetics plays a role, that health, exercise, preventative care. What I don't have control of is the environment. And what is being planned currently is to be placing a machine that radiates radiation in front of my home, my children's bedroom. So I'm asking all of you to help me take care of the environment so that I can live a healthier life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Heather Wolnick, followed by Bry Myers and Teresa Kong.
Hi. Good evening. By now, you've started seeing emails too from concerned parents and residents about the conditions in our streets, especially around our schools. We've also started a petition just 2 weeks ago and already are at over 280 signatures, and we'll be sharing that with you in the next month. Today, Move San Mateo sent a letter asking you to prioritize safer streets in the next year's budget and going forward. We want a Vision Zero action plan, money, and staff resources to build out the bike master plan and the various other street-related plans, such as Sustainable Streets Plan, Complete Streets Plan, Pedestrian Master Plan, a Pedestrian TOD Access Plan. We have enough plans already. We really need the projects to go into the ground. We need quick and nimble responses and projects like what the city did at Franklin Parkway in the Bay Meadows after there was a crash in the crosswalk. Personally, I want this city to be safe for my kids to get around safely and independently, and they're a long way off of driving, so we need other options for them. My family has experienced near misses, but thankfully we haven't experienced a crash, and I'd like to keep it that way. In Cupertino, they have made great strides in safety improvements around schools in the past 10 years. Their call to action was the death of a 15-year-old, Ethan Wong, who was biking to Monte Vista High School. Let's make our call to action be the near misses that you have heard about and not something so horrible as that. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Bry Myers, followed by Teresa Kong and Ian Chin.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Bry Myers. I'm a resident of San Mateo and also the president of the PTA. at Sunnybury Elementary. My family enjoys walking, biking, scootering around town and to our neighborhood school. However, the roadways are becoming increasingly less safe for residents, especially our students. On average, every 2 weeks there's an incident where a car either hits a pedestrian, a cyclist, a pet, or there's a near miss. This frequency is only increasing. Many of these incidents involve children on their way to school. Involved families are pleading with city staff, school districts for action and to make roadways safer. However, no action is being taken, or we're waiting for grant funding, which we all know is years out. Right now, if you haven't already, a letter from the San Mateo Foster City School District PTA Council supporting this request is, sorry, I got ahead of myself. I'm here tonight along with concerned residents, and I'm going to ask everyone who supports safer streets for our students to please stand up, as long as safer streets for everyone. And you can see there are people here in this crowd who didn't even come for the same initiative, but they support it. We all want our residents to be safe, and we all want to drive and not hit anyone either. Thank you. So we're here to urge the City Council to take immediate action in this fiscal year planning period to adopt Vision Zero policy in the general plan and to fund an action plan for Vision Zero and fund the staffing that is needed to carry out that action plan, along with earmarking funds for quick builds for roadways. As a community, we want our kids walking, scootering, biking to school as it's good for their bodies, minds, and social health. We need the city to step up and take action immediately to make their commute safer. The San Mateo Foster City PTA Council supports this. We voted last week, and you'll receive a letter from us. We're also having the PTA presidents go to all their general PTAs and vote, and you'll, in February, receive a letter from the PTA presidents of each individual school. Hopefully they all sign off, because this is a citywide problem. We're also asking the school board trustees of our San Mateo Foster City to come along with this and adopt a Vision Zero plan and action plan, as well as, the City of Foster City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Teresa Kong, followed by Ian Chen and Mike Swirl.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm here to speak, and my son will actually follow me shortly. His name is Ian Chu. I have written to the city council members about my son being in an accident when he was biking to school, and he was hit by a car. He actually did not stop at a one-way stop, and he definitely admitted that. But for him, he realizes what he needs to do in order for everyone to be safer on the streets, whether you're walking or biking. And I'm here because getting that call from school was not something that I want anyone to experience. Luckily, he is well now, and he was not seriously hurt, but I wouldn't want anyone to go through that. And I'm asking for the same thing as Heather and Bree, who just spoken right now, and just for San Mateo to adopt a Vision Zero, and to help our streets to be safer for the kids, for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a gentle reminder for the room, we have now moved into the business portion of the meeting. So we've moved beyond the ceremonial item where we allow for some clapping. Our motto in the city of San Mateo is give respect, get respect. So just a gentle reminder that we do not allow clapping, cheering, jeering, or booing. It can put a chill on public comment. So just a gentle reminder. And our next speaker will be Ian Chiu.
Good evening, San Mateo City Board members and everyone in attendance. My name is Ian Chu, and I'm an 8th grader, and I go to North Shoreview Montessori here in San Mateo. I was in a bike accident on October 18th of last year when I was riding my bike to school with my friends. A car hit my bike and I fell off. Luckily, I did not sustain any very harmful injuries and was able to make a quick recovery. Even though I admit that I was in the wrongdoing, my friend claims that the car was going faster than it probably should have been in those parts, and it was a one-way stop, meaning that there were not stop signs at both ways of the intersection. From this experience, I learned that I was lucky to not be harmed as much as I could have been, and that I know that other people have been seriously injured or killed from these things. I need to do more and be more responsible for other people, for the safety of us all, but also that cars and people on the road that need to be safer. We all have a responsibility to play our part and make our streets safer for everybody. So if these safer roads, crosswalks, and such, and maybe reminders to drivers that they need to drive safe would be implemented, then it would all help us and help keep our streets safe. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Swirl, followed by Mike Caggiano and Lindsay Reich.
Thank you, Mayor Diaz-Nash and members of the council for your service to the community. I serve on the SMCTA Citizen Advisory Committee, trying to fill the absence left by the legendary Rich Hedges and his large shoes. I also serve on CCAG's Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight, however. SMCTA and CCAG are responsible for handing out tens of millions of dollars in funding that drive the construction of bike and pedestrian safety projects in the county. Sadly, as you're aware, there's only a fraction of money necessary or available to complete hundreds of projects necessary to build out safety networks, given years of the prioritization of cars and driver convenience over the safety of those who would like to leave their cars at home. This means that only the best projects get money. It also means that only the best cities will get money too. There's a history of rewarding cities that are making a strong effort to make our streets safe. Thus, the more projects that you build, the more money you could get. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. In addition to the Vision Zero goals highlighted tonight by others, I'd like the council to clarify what has happened to the Hillsdale Bike and Pedestrian Bridge that's been under discussion for over 20 plus years. This is the site of a fatality of a person on bike in recent years, ironically enough, killed by a Caltrans SUV. My understanding is that this project was on its way to being built in the near future, but the project was complicated when the county decided to widen Highway 101 as part of the Express Lane project. It's ironic and sad that a project which will add tens of thousands of cars to the road and the associated air pollution, childhood asthma, and traffic violence has perhaps killed a project that could have saved the lives of San Mateo kids that just want to bike and walk to school, especially in North Central and Shoreview and other communities adjacent to the highway. It's time to change our priorities, and hopefully the City Council will help us do that starting tonight. Thank you for help in making it safe for people to walk and bike in San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mike Caggiano, followed by Lindsay Reich and Jonathan New.
Mike Caggiano, totally different topic. One of the finest things that I've seen in this city was the memorial for the people who were taken hostage in October 7th. And I thought that would be the highlight of efforts in this city to address that matter. But almost immediately, or even before, these same people have been denied water, food, medicine, and the places they would be most likely housed is being bombarded by American bombs. And this is repulsive. Added to that were the populations of 2.3 million people who live in Gaza. So you've got to add them together. Now you've got an entire population subject to a primitive medieval behavior engineered by people that belong in the 13th century, which you may recall or you may not. A guy named Genghis Khan, that was his way of dealing with reprobate populations, was simply starve them to death, induce famine, and this is on our dime. Most cities have been eager to do the obvious, demand ceasefire, negotiations, and not a medieval response. And you can do as you wish. I'm not suggesting you do it, but I suggest you all look in your own soul. And how do we look in the eyes of the families of have people as hostages and then turn around and say, oh, by the way, to free them, we'll probably have to kill them. Because how are you expecting them to survive with this sort of medieval policies we have? We just had a Martin Luther King celebration. I think his concept probably would be ceasefire negotiation, not Genghis Khan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay Reich, followed by Jonathan New.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you so much, Mayor Nash and Deputy Mayor Newsom, for attending the recent groundbreaking at the Mickelson Therapy Pool. It meant so much to me that you were there, and I hope that all of you will attend the reopening celebration in July. And Councilmember Lee, I especially hope that you will be there, as you were so instrumental in our success. Your assistance was invaluable early on in building momentum and helping to get all 20 cities in the county on board. I'm here tonight, however, to discuss cell towers. I'd like to reread a quote from Commissioner Riddlemeyer that I shared at the last City Council meeting. At the December 13th Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meeting, she said, and I quote, "Several of us commissioners would like to revisit this ordinance, and I would say sooner rather than later, because if we wait until spring, the longer we wait, the more appeals we're going to have, and the more frustration we're going to have, and the worse we're going to feel." Commissioner Robbins echoed her sentiments. I'm sharing this again because it was incredibly frustrating to hear the discussion at the end of your January 2nd City Council meeting. Both the city attorney and the city manager commented that there are plans for the current ordinance to be updated in spring. With the increased batching of permit applications, the site developer is aggressively deploying unnecessary wireless facilities across our community. Both Deputy Mayor Newsom and the city manager mentioned the council's desire to not expose yourselves to liability. During that meeting, the city attorney deferred to city staff. City staff is not doing its due diligence, and the city is flying blind in terms of insurance. My understanding is that Crown Castle does not have the pollution insurance required under the master license agreement to cover RF emissions or other pollution-related claims. Please use your authority as a governing body of San Mateo to enact an emergency ordinance tonight to stop the installation of 5G cell towers in residential areas.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Jonathan New.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jonathan New, and I'm a resident of San Mateo and North Central. I describe myself as an avid pedestrian and a mediocre but aspiring cyclist. As someone who's had several close calls when crossing the street, and as someone who's lost a friend to vehicular violence, I'd also like to urge the Council to adopt a Vision Zero plan. The U.S. is the only country in the world where car fatalities are on the rise. Other countries have taken this epidemic seriously and have taken a variety of remediations, many of them straightforward. Everything from reducing or eliminating parking minimums to narrowing to road diets and widening sidewalks to improving bike infrastructure to better illuminating crosswalks and intersections. It's about prioritizing the safety and life over the convenience of a few drivers. Please make it safe for those of us who walk and bike around the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our remote public comment. Through the mayor, we have 3 attendees in Zoom who will be speaking, and we also will have one individual who will call in, number beginning with 510 ending in 2538 will call in following our last Zoom speaker. So our first Zoom speaker will be Dave Cohen. Dave, please unmute your mic.
Good evening. This is Dave Cohen, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm representing Ethics San Mateo, a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. Our mission is to lead and support efforts by the residents of San Mateo to ensure our city is served according to the highest level of ethical standards and behavior. I am pleased to announce that we have just today released a new statement of position regarding conflicts of interest, activism, and standards for ethical conduct. The City Council, as well as the City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk, should have received copies in an email by now. We are pleased to have been informed by the City Manager that the Council will be presented with a study, which we advocated for, regarding codes of conduct at the upcoming Blue Sky meeting. We encourage the City Manager to ensure that the study addresses the critical concerns contained in the statement of position. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Yiming Luo. Yiming, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members and staff.
My name is Yiming. I'm a Crystal alum, College Park alum, now at Cal Poly studying city and regional planning. I used to commute from Foster City to Hillsborough through San Mateo on my bike through my junior and senior years in high school. Now that I'm in San Luis Obispo, I look back on my commute, and I don't know if many drivers can say this, but in some ways I miss my commute. I took the Bay Trail from my house and rode along the lagoon looking at shorebirds, and ended downtown just when B Street was first closed to car traffic. But in many ways, I remember the close calls too. In the underpass on Fashion Island at the intersection of 101 and 92, I often saw little kids about elementary school age cycling the wrong way on the sidewalk. Even if they wanted to ride in the road, the bike lane is interrupted at the on-ramp, so you have to make sure you don't get right hooked as a car accelerates to highway speed. I nearly got doored multiple times. And that was when I was 17 and 18 years old, so I was still somewhat visible to drivers. As you've heard today, people don't feel safe riding in unprotected, painted bike lanes right next to car doors. Paint is not infrastructure. I want every child to be able to ride their bike to school like me without feeling unsafe. San Mateo must adopt and fund Vision Zero policies around our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last Zoom speaker will be Vikash Bhagwandan. Vikash, please unmute your mic.
Hi, Patricia, can you play the video, please? The cute video. If somebody can reload the shot.
We've teamed up with Drone Racing League to fuel 5G innovation in two fast-growing markets, drones and tech-powered sports.
T-Mobile is building the largest, fastest, most reliable 5G network in the country. And DRL is building a new sport that depends on using innovative technology to create an audience experience like no one has ever seen before.
As we look at use cases for 5G, drones have to be one of the most compelling and entertaining. By combining the fastest racing drone with the leading 5G network in the country, we aim to completely reimagine sports entertainment.
Startline is green. Startline green, racing children. It's a sport that really sits at the boundary between competition and technological innovation, and it's so exciting to watch. It's a sport that has fans around the globe. It speaks to a generation that is interested in technology, excited about the future, and thrilled by high-speed racing sports. Our partnership with T-Mobile is allowing us to dramatically improve the fan experience. We get to take our sport, which lives and breathes by high-speed radio communication, pair it up with the leading innovator in that space, and the result is going to be a huge leap forward in what our sport can do.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Nash, Deputy Mayor Newsom, and City Council members, this is what we can expect in the future if we are not diligent and act now on regulating these towers properly. Do you want these things buzzing around in our neighborhoods? It's a blatant violation of our privacy. Keep in mind, when we write this new ordinance, we will need to involve the guidance of the FAA. Please disregard the inaccurate definition of an emergency ordinance from our city manager and city attorney. San Mateo does have the precedence for an emergency ordinance, and comparatively, that case does not rise to the same level as this does. The power is in your hands, not the city manager or the city attorney. Please do the right thing, use the powers given to you by the voters and San Mateo, and invoke an emergency ordinance tonight. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no further public comment. Oh, excuse me, one moment. We do have one additional.
One moment, can you hear us? Okay, we're having a connection problem through Zoom, so we're going to try it this way. Go ahead, please.
Areas is in conflict with the general plan and zoning chapter 27.02.020 that states A, to promote the public health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare. B, to conserve the values of property throughout the city. D, to lessen or avoid congestion in the public street. E, to regulate and restrict the location and use of buildings and structures, and to regulate and restrict the intensity of such uses. Allowing 200 locations primarily in residential areas is not regulating the intensity, it's not comforting, and is the most intrusive use that will have an adverse impact on property values and aesthetics, which the zoning code needs to protect. We ask the City Council to direct the city staff with the Public Works Director to at least amend the design guidelines to include the requirement to provide proof of a significant gap via hard drive test data and the last 12 months of drop call records like the City of Encinitas requires. And we have already provided your staff with the Encinitas ordinance. This will at least hold the applicant accountable until the city addresses the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a speaker on the cells, and I'm sorry the vocal quality was so poor, but they were having problems connecting on Zoom. So.
Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. Then I will close public comment, bring it back to council. And we are on to old business. And we are going to be hearing about community flood and storm protection fee ballot results by Jimmy Vo, our senior engineer, Chris Coulter, senior consultant, SCI Consulting Group. And it looks like a number of other people. While we're waiting for everybody who's out in the hall, while we're waiting to get started, our city manager has said he could give a brief update on Vision Zero. So if there's anybody out in the hallway who would like to hear that. I guess. Is there anybody out there that wants to come in? All right. All right, if you would do us a favor and share the city manager's comments with your colleagues. City manager.
All right, thank you, Mayor. In regards to inquiries regarding Vision Zeros and next steps, here in San Mateo, the council will be taking action on the general plan under consideration where Vision Zero is a priority policy within that initiative. In addition, currently, there's two different plans that are going on right now, the local roadway safety plan and our complete streets plan efforts that are currently underway. And those will serve as a foundational basis to build upon those initiatives, our Vision Zero policies. Now, city staff would need to, we'd have to allocate funding and resources to develop the Vision Zero plan, but we'd be looking to council for that direction moving forward. In addition, there'll be a number of opportunities in March to engage on the item along with the general plan initiatives that are coming forward. And then we can have a further discussion and look to council guidance in the summer.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that with your colleagues. Have a good evening. All right, on to the community flood and storm protection fee ballot results. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Nash and City Council members. I'm Jimmy Vo, I'm a senior engineer with the Public Works Department. With me is Chris Coulter from SCI Consultant, and we're happy to be here today to present the final ballot results for the storm and flood protection fee. So during this presentation, we're going to go through a brief review of the ballot results and the meaning behind the votes and the yes and no's, and then we're going to have council consider adopting a resolution to certify the results and ordering levies for fiscal year 24 and 25 as amended. There is a denotion for the as amended in the resolution. You guys have seen there is a change in the language. Originally, it said the fee shall increase at a CPI as much as 3%. That language has now been revised to the fee may increase, leaving the ability for council to have discretion on increasing the fee on an annual basis. And lastly, the last part of this is to have the city manager designate as the administrator of the fee. So we sent out about 26,726 ballots for the stormwater protection fee on November 1st, 2023. The ballots were due back to the city or to mail to our third-party CPA ballot tabulator on December 17th at 5 p.m. Single ballots were mailed to all property owners. Those property owners that had multiple properties would have a ballot that included each one of those properties, meaning a yes vote on a single ballot would imply a yes vote on all the properties for that property owner that he owns. We had a pretty good success on return ballots. We had about 34.83% of the 26,726 total ballots. Typically, we want to see a range between 30 or 40% on other successful ballots in the nearby cities. We took the ballots and those were provided to like I said, a third-party CPA to tally the votes for the behalf of the city and then provided the results to us, I believe on January 5th or 2nd. I can't remember the exact date. I'm sorry about that one. On to the ballot results. We got back 9,308. There were more votes than ballots because, like I mentioned before, those ballots included multiple properties. So of the total votes that we had 10,117. Those yes votes equate to 5,195, 4,387 for no, and 85 for invalid votes. The invalid votes were either ones that didn't have signatures, they had either a yes and no marked at the same time, or they didn't mark any votes on the ballot itself. So the votes pass for the city of San Mateo, and I like to remind residents and council members that we abstain, or the city abstained from voting on the 96, 97 parcels, and the margin of victory or the win here would have been 358. So it was a representation of property owners voting for this fee without any influence from any city-owned parcels. And now to next steps. Our city council has the authority to vote on the resolution to certify the results and order the levying of the fee. Staff will send out notifications on the ballot results after this meeting. And then the fees will be sent to the county to be included on the 24-25 tax rolls. Property owners will see that split into 2 fee installments, typically in December, then again in April. And then the city anticipates receiving approximately $4 million in annual revenue starting next fiscal year. This generally is the information that we wanted to present to council to have them provide a informed decision on this resolution. And me and Chris here are here to help answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? No? Yes, Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any idea how many households voted for more than, as more than one property owner?
I don't have that exact number, council member. We can get that data for you, but it would be a percentage that we can tabulate.
Councilmember Lee.
For the benefit of the public, would you mind illuminating what the third-party CPA is and what they're tasked to do?
The third-party CPA was an independent party that we hired through our consultant service to provide tabulations for the ballot results. They certified the results and then provided the information back to the city. It was not done with any city personnel or any consultant staff hired directly through SCI.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Hedges.
Thank you for the clarification on the change from shall to may. It makes me feel good since I told people that we didn't intend to raise it unless there was an emergency and have to do so.
Any other comments, questions? No? Okay, well then we will open it up for public comment. And I would imagine we probably have a couple of public comments on this.
Madam Mayor, in chambers, we have 5 requests to speak on this item. I don't see any hands raised in Zoom. If you wish to speak on this item through the remote environment, please raise your hand. I'll give you a moment to do that. That's a total of 5 speakers.
Thank you very much.
And we'll look to the council for
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. And our first speaker will be Danielle Swerko-Kadicki, followed by Michelle Swerko-Kadicki and Maria Godfrey.
All of us in flood-free San Mateo would like to thank the thousands of San Mateo property owners who voted to pass the Stormwater Ballot Initiative and protect our city from future flood risk. This was a true citizen-led effort to educate our community on the importance of improving our aging stormwater infrastructure. We're so grateful to all members of City Council, for the Department of Public Works, for local businesses, and for each and every resident who partnered with us and voted yes on this important effort to safeguard people across our entire city in the hopes of having a truly flood-free San Mateo. The release of emergency funds and the passing of this ballot are 2 key actions over the past year that we are truly thrilled about and grateful for. There is one final action at this stage that we urge you all council members to thoughtfully consider. Given the initiative will not generate funds until 2025, we ask you all to please work together as part of this year's regular budgeting process to invest the additional $4 million identified by the Department of Public Works necessary to hit the ground running once the ballot funds come in, namely $2.5 million for a stormwater master plan focusing on prioritizing key projects and $1.5 million to begin the process of acquiring the dredging permits. The citizens have demonstrated their support, and we ask for you to follow suit so we can create the best possible runway this year in 2024. To put the ballot measure dollars to work and update our desperately aging infrastructure to protect all San Mateans. We are also committed to partnering with you to request additional federal support. Now that we can demonstrate we have commitment at the local level, we are better positioned to obtain monies that have been set aside by the federal government for improving local infrastructure to combat the effects of climate change and make our city resilient. Thank you again for your continued partnership and support. We're most grateful that we can all rest a bit easier during this winter storms. And finally, I know all 5 of you worked really hard on this, but I want to call special attention to Mayor Amourence Lee and to Councilmember Rich Hedges, who are part of the ballot committee with me, and as well as Evelyn Stivers from the Housing Leadership Council, who's not here tonight. They worked very hard behind the scenes to make this happen for everyone in San Mateo, and I am truly grateful for your partnership and your commitment, so thank you. Thank you, Rich. Great photographer.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michelle Swerko-Kadicki, followed by Maria Godfrey.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Swerko-Kadicki and I live in the Village. I'd just like to thank each and every one of you and every one of the thousands of San Mateo property owners who voted yes on the Stormwater Ballot Initiative. My entire block on San Miguel Way flooded last winter, as did thousands of others' homes around the city. Thank you to all the council members, to the Department of Public Works. I'm so grateful for the concrete actions that have been taken over the past 7 months to protect our city from future flood risk. I know you have each done your part and hope you will continue to drive this forward. I'd specifically like to recognize and say thank you to Rob Newsom, our District 3 council member. Rob, last June, as someone who voted for you to represent us, I asked you to drive the urgency of this issue forward. Since then, you have risen to the occasion on so many fronts, and I cannot thank you enough for recognizing the importance of this issue and supporting our efforts to improve San Mateo's infrastructure and make us all safer moving forward. I can rest easier knowing that my sons, who are fourth-generation San Mateans, can hopefully never wake up to our house surrounded by water again. I know there's lots more work to be done. However, I wanted to seize this opportunity to say thank you, and we're here to continue to partner with you so that all San Mateans can enjoy our beloved city for many years to come.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maria Godfrey, followed by Jeff Lamont and Rich Krantz.
So nice to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to express my deepest gratitude for all of you, okay? Not only did you bring this measure and endorsed it unanimously, but you also all of you put in so much sweat equity, actual hours out there as private citizens helping the coalition get the word out. Your words matched your actions, and you helped San Mateo make history because we did it on the first go-around. What a start to 2024. Thank you to Council Member Hedges, who proactively contacted Congressman Kevin Mullen before and after the votes were cast. Congressman Mullen has already addressed the House for additional funds for a feasibility study of flood control and stormwater runoff reduction measures in San Mateo to mitigate further risks to the residents. Please keep this momentum going forward by backing our stellar DPW department and assistant director and interim director, Director Matt Fabry and interim director, and with any necessary funding and resources to keep moving everything forward while applying for available grants from the state and federal government, as doing that will highlight the support, the commitment, and the continuing efforts of our city to improve this very aged infrastructure with local funds, while simultaneously requesting additional government funding. Thus, in a vast sea of applicants, San Mateo will be outstanding and shine in showing why it deserves to be awarded. Thank you for all you've done and continue to do to address vital concerns in our city. I, for one, really look forward to Blue Sky Summit and seeing for the first time a very specific timeline of less than 5+ years for line items regarding dredging Marina Lagoon. Thank you for helping move the needle forward for a future-ready San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jeff Lamont, and our final speaker will be Rich Krantz.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Lamont, and I am a long-term resident and property owner in San Mateo. For many years, we owned 2 properties in the Parkside neighborhood, which was, seriously affected by the flooding we had last year. Currently live in downtown San Mateo in North Central in District 4. So we saw firsthand the effects of the lack of attention to the infrastructure for flooding. I did want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for your support on this measure. It's near and dear to me. I really appreciate you guys backing us, and all of those in the flood-free San Mateo group. Danielle and the neighborhood association did a great job of getting the word out. So I really do appreciate everything that they did, and we really appreciate the council support. I do have another ask. As Danielle mentioned, initially, Public Works had asked for $7 million in funds to deal with some of these issues that needed to be addressed. The city released $3 million. With the ballot measure passing, we will get some additional funds, but we're not going to see those until probably next year. So there's still a $4 million gap and one is for the stormwater master plan, and the other one is for the marina dredging permits. So I do ask that the council seriously consider releasing those $4 million of additional funds so that we can get the ground running and not having to wait another year to get those funds to complete these projects. I also think that it was really good that we got this measure passed, because my understanding is that by getting the ballot measure passed, it increases our chances of getting approval when we apply for state and federal grants. Once again, thanks so much for your support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Rich Krantz.
Well, good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash, City Council, and City Manager Gorkin. I'm happy to report that this is going to be an update on the pump station SOP. Oh, by the way, my name is Rich Krantz. I think you all know me. The draft SOP boilerplate is done, and it's in Matt's possession right now. It's trash racks, the engine pump operations and combination, and it's been condensed down to 10 chapters, just about 100 pages, not 300 pages, and it's currently in review with Public Works, and it will rearrange, fine-tune, and then it'll go for peer review to some of the supervisory people, and then it'll be your SOP. We're waiting for some information on the computer infrastructure that you just got. That's brand new. So the supervisory control and data acquisition, the SCADA, a programmable logic controller, the PLC, and the new Hydro Ranger, which measures accurately the level of the lagoon. I need that data, the manuals. I'll read it, digest it, and create an SOP out of that. Many thanks to Director Brad Underwood, Matt Fabry, Tony Baltadano, and his colleague Noel Padilla for the hours of face-to-face meetings, pump station, corporate yard, blackboard, or whiteboard, I guess they call it now. And I want to thank you guys for your support. Also, special thanks to Danielle Swargo-Gadecki for hours of proofreading and wordsmithing, helping me actually make this sound good and not like just some average guy did it. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. If you want a copy of it, you can either talk to Matt and get a preview of it, or let me know. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone who put in the work and who commented tonight. With that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Any comments before I ask for a motion? No comments? You do have a comment.
I do. I would like to offer Rich the opportunity to go first.
Okay.
Well, I came here tonight being very thankful. Thankful for the blue shirts that has made this possible. The council's gotten a lot of accolades tonight, but the accolades should go to the people that came here in blue shirts. I have often hoped that we could turn out the numbers that were turned out by Danielle and her group from the east side, and she's made that possible. And I am absolutely thankful for her and the others. I also want to thank Brad and Matt, because how can I say this and not be offensive and mean it truly? They're engineers with a heart. And, and they've really interfaced with the community and made the community believe that they care about them. So I will leave here tonight very thankful for everything that's happened. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Well said, Councilmember. I was thinking back to some of the first conversations that I had about stormwater and stormwater management, and it was really on a walk with community leader Mareva Godfrey, who brought me under her wing with Rick Sakuda. And there are a lot of things that we have to learn on the job, right? You don't come to this work knowing about stormwater management. And it's communities and people, individuals, that have held this torch for decades, years and years before the Stormwater Initiative was even conceived of. It was their work that paved the way for this initiative to even get the ground laid for the council priority that myself and Rick Bonilla, former mayor, carried during one of the Blue Sky session to dredge the lagoon. And we have been waiting, this council and this city has been waiting for the entire community to come together in unity with D4, which has been grossly neglected from an infrastructure standpoint for many, many years. And I want to acknowledge the incredible efforts that the Blue Shirts made specifically, and the way that they came together to bring resources to the problem. We can talk about plans, and we have a lot of really great plans, and we have a lot of really great staff, but we cannot execute on those plans without the right people and without the right resources. And that is what this initiative was about, was changing the conversation from what we want to do and what we got to do to what we are going to do, what we are committed to do. And budgets are a testament of our values. And I know that the good people of this city, and especially our city employees, want and can do so much more now that we have enabled them and empowered them with the real resources that it will take to make a difference in climate resilience. And that is a tremendous accomplishment. I specifically want to acknowledge, as I said, Mareva Godfrey, Rick Seguda, Rich Krantz, the folks on the lagoon who've been monitoring the water levels themselves and are caring enough to pick up the phone and call us and say, hey, something's going on, it doesn't look right, right? And I want to acknowledge Patrice, who over the weekend is here collecting ballots and supporting our ballot initiatives over and over and over again, and the work of Martin, who is our up-and-comer in the city clerk's department and carrying the torch. Matt Fabry, you really made a significant difference in shifting the dynamics and the relationship with the community, and it shows. It shows. Jimmy, thank you. You really showed up in so many ways. There were so many long emails and answers to questions back and forth, behind the scenes education that our department does because they care. They care about having an informed community. They care about transparency. Those are the unseen things that happen. And lastly, I want to thank my council, the thousands of hours, the money that was donated, the work that it took to get our campaign off the ground and successfully crossing the finish line, and specifically Councilmember Hedges. This is a triumph. This is a legacy. Thanks to you and the efforts that you made. And lastly, I want to acknowledge Danielle. Danielle has been a unifying leader in our community who can talk to anyone, who can get anyone to do pretty much almost anything. And, she's been a lightning rod in this issue. And as an organizer, from one organizer to another, mad props. You got the job done, and you brought not just D4 to the conversation, but the entire city. And so I do especially want to acknowledge your incredible leadership on this issue, your diligence, your thoughtfulness, the relationship-centered approach that you take, and the respect and collaboration that you shared and demonstrated with our own city staff as an advocate. That really makes a big difference. And so I want to thank you personally, and I have a little something for you. Can I make the motion? Oh, yeah, good.
Please do.
For the sake of everyone in the room, I will be brief and try not to repeat too much of what has already been said, but I just want to echo and give my congratulations and thanks to everybody in the room who helped make this possible. I think one of the biggest achievements here in my mind is the fact that it was indeed a collaboration of the public and the city, its staff and council. Councilmember Lee made a number of articulate statements that I'm having trouble emulating here, but relating to, firstly, earlier when she mentioned that everybody in the room was part of the work, and indeed, in this case, it certainly was, and it would not have happened without that being true. For this, we are very fortunate. We learned about how much commitment something like this takes to achieve. And I think during this process and over the year that we worked on this, and of course there were other years before that, but specifically and especially in this last year, we saw, I think, the commitment of a number of public servants here in our city to serving the city of San Mateo and its people. But we also saw the commitment of a number of folks in this room, members of the public, who came to numerous city council meetings, who spent, as others have mentioned, countless hours helping bridge gaps and making sure that we didn't drop the ball here. And giving the city another chance in many ways. We had an incident, a terrible historic flood, and thankfully, I think we all managed to engage in it in a civil and respectful and productive manner. And to me, to be able to have that patience and that trust and the drive to work together for the good of all of us is the San Mateo way. And that's why I'm just very proud to be a part of this tonight. Thank you to everybody who made this possible.
There we go. And Councilmember Newsom.
I have a question for staff. A few people had suggested that we could perhaps look at basically loaning ourselves the money in the upcoming budget for $2.5 million in stormwater master plan work and $1.5 million in dredging permit work. Do we need to have consensus from the council in order to ask you guys to bring that back to us?
So I can speak to actually the request, and went back and spoke with staff anticipating that this request, because they're great communicators with blue shirts, so appreciate that. First and foremost, as part of the budget of this current fiscal year, there's $2.2 million, and checked with our finance director, that has been appropriated for ongoing maintenance for stormwater here in the city. The council also approved an additional $3 million. That was on that August 21st meeting here to go ahead and move forward with items 1 through 7. If you remember that, and I still have it in my head, 1 through 7 of the items. The items that we could not get to were, I believe, stormwater master plan, LIDAR, and also I believe we're going to start work on the Marina Lagoon, kind of dredging, environmental stuff. Correct? Group? Yep. Okay, we're on it. And so basically, what we have looked at with staff, and Matt can also answer this question as well, is that we have I believe 2 weeks ago, we got out on the street an RFP for our stormwater master plan. We got and the RFP is request for proposal, so that's when we're going out to the contractors or business community to see who does this work, to go ahead and provide proposals to the city to do this work. We also did an RFP for the spot dredging for the Marina Lagoon, so that's out on the street right now, and then also the LIDAR. So all the items are currently, we're waiting to receive the proposals back. With the monies that we have currently on hand, we believe that we can work through, because with staffing capacity, we're all full steam ahead, basically, in the work that we're doing. And in terms of the overall timing, we need to get through the LIDAR and the stormwater master plan in order to move forward into the next step, which would be, if you recall, on the lower end, because there were 2 columns, the minimum requirement, and kind of on the outer end, there were 2 bands of that chart. In order to get to the minimum is about $2.5 million of a difference. But it's going to take us time over this next year just to even do that work. And so the funds we anticipate to come in, actually, because the first collection will be in December 10th is the deadline of the next fiscal year. And we'll get the monies in January of 2025. And so that'll be probably right on time for us to then continue, so that we have nonstop kind of work. We're working right through it, and we have the monies to get through it. But if necessary, we will bring an item back to council to make sure that we have the appropriate funding to continue on this path, to make sure that we're constantly moving the projects forward, items 1 through 9. So that's kind of where staff's, anything to add, Matt? Is that pretty much it, where we're going? Yep.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you. I told you I'd get the question in. Thanks.
All right, well, I will just echo what all of my colleagues say, and all I can add is I can't wait to see what happens next, because this is an amazing community effort, and I hope this energy and this collaboration between businesses, individuals, the council, the staff, we package up that magic and put it to work on all of our other key priorities, because this is how it happens. It's all about people, and thank you for giving us just such an incredible effort, and thank you to my fellow council members for all your effort. Yes.
I just realized that I was remiss in an important acknowledgement, and I don't want to have it unsaid. One of the really important contributors to this effort was Evelyn Stivers, and she was not able to be here tonight. And she is the executive director of Housing Leadership Council, and she saw a really important and clear nexus to housing and protecting existing housing in our community, and joining in lockstep with this initiative. And so I neglected to mention her specifically, and I don't want her to be forgotten, even though she's not in the room. Hopefully she's listening. She was a tremendous contributor to our efforts. She is an amazing strategist, and also boots on the ground. And so I don't think that we would have, we had a really complementary core team, and she was instrumental in the work, and I really appreciate the support from our housing community.
Great.
I'd like to say something else.
Thank you. Councilmember Hedges.
Yeah, I actually just want to echo what you're saying. I've known Evelyn for a long time. She used to be with Urban Habitat before she came to HLC. I've been on the board of HLC before being here as a city council member for more years than anybody wants to hear. And I saw her take this organization, which was struggling with HLC, and turning it into a major change agent in the city. She was the moving force in passing Major K with the county. She is a very, very capable person, and we were lucky to have her on our team. And if no one else has anything to say, I would really much like the honor to move this.
Do it. Can I second?
Absolutely.
So I want to do this for a lot of people. I want to do it for the people in the highlands that flooded because of our culverts that are too narrow. I want to do it for the people in San Mateo Village who are paying high insurance rates for FEMA because the culverts are too small and one of the bridges is too low. I want to do it for Sunnybray and for 19th Avenue Park and for all of the homeowners associations along Delaware that flooded. I want to do it for the people of San Mateo in Baywood to keep them safe. So I'm making a motion that we amend and certify the ballot results, ordering levies for fiscal year 2024-25, and designate the city manager to administer the fee.
Second.
Thank you both. Deputy Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Hedges.
Absolutely yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
And Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes, please.
The motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations. You'll have to go outside to get your champagne. There's none here. All right, thank you very much, Jimmy, and thank you, Chris, so much. And thank you, Matt, and thank you all for past, present, and future. Okay, now we're moving on to item number 17, Solid Waste 2024 Rate Setting and Proposition 218 Notification. Are we okay? Does anybody need to stretch their legs? We're all right to go? Okay, good. All right, let's keep going then. Do you want to? Okay. Sure. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Oh, what a nice picture, Christina. Christina, how'd you get on the... You're right, you're on the screen.
I like to monitor the attendee list.
Well, it's a nice picture.
Okay. It's getting old.
That's okay, it's still a nice picture.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It gets into places you can't get with
All right, anybody who is not participating in the meeting, please take your conversations elsewhere. You, that means you, yes. Okay, because we have a very important topic tonight. Solid Waste 2024 rate setting and Proposition 218 notification. Brad Underwood, Director of Public Works, will be leading the presentation. And the chief will be sitting down.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Diaz-Nash, council members, Brad Underwood, Interim Director of Public Works. With me tonight, I have Jack Johnson's, our solid waste coordinator. And on remote tonight is Rick Simonson and Gabe Sasser with HF&H, who will help out with the presentation. Now I can hear myself. So what we're looking for tonight, next slide, Jack, please, are a few things from the council. It's to provide direction on the residential rate increases that are put before you tonight of $5, $6, or $7. A commercial rate increase for the 20-gallon cart of $2.85, and then removing the organics discount that is currently in place. And then also to authorize staff to mail a Prop 218 notice to all property owners proposing and not to exceed increase in the solid waste recycling and compost collection rates for 2024. And then lastly, to provide direction on future use of the solid waste fund reserves. This slide actually shows kind of what goes on a daily basis with solid waste. It actually takes 3 different trucks to haul the solid waste out of the area. And as you are aware, we pick up recycling, composting, and garbage. So that's the first truck that arrives in front of your home and hauls that away. And it takes it to the Shoreway, either the transfer station or the recycling center, where it's sorted into various aspects of the trash waste stream, and then off it goes in other trucks to other places. There's actually no specific charge other than your charge for trash collection on your recycling bill. So there's on your bill from Ecology, but recycling and organics still there is a cost to that, so that is covered within that line item. In addition to these efforts that we do, other efforts that are done by staff or public outreach, there's various events that occur that staff supports. There's our trash capture devices to keep trash out of the bay, street sweeping efforts, and illegal dumping, all supports the trash efforts in the city. So those many services are included in the trash bill. Next slide. So the council reviews these rates every year and approves the fee. So each year we come before you and present an item like this, and you adopt the rates for the new year. We're required to follow the State of California Constitution, which is the Prop 218 process. We're asking you to approve us to move forward with. And then the rates now must be based on cost of service. And we have about almost 21,000 residential accounts in the city and about 2,700 commercial accounts within the city. A little background on trash is that back in 2006, efforts were made to be progressive in the pay-as-you-throw system, which is basically incentivize folks to put in the recycling can and the compost can to keep those items out of the waste stream that went to the landfill. Then that was followed up in 2016 and 2022 with imposed requirements that required and mandated people to recycle and to collect for the organics as separate items. This was to meet the new landfill reduction targets that the state wanted to meet. So it's not voluntary anymore at that time. So with the Prop 218 and the state constitution, really pay-as-you-throw is no longer applicable to the city or any city in the state of California. As you know, you were presented an item back in April of last year about some potential large increases that would occur. You'll hear more about that later through HF&H, but those increases we didn't know in April, but we do obviously know those now, so those have been incorporated in what's being presented to you tonight. So the effort is also to bring into alignment the cost of service for all rate classes. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to HF&H for the part of the presentation.
Good evening. I'm Gabe Sasser. As Brad Underwood said, I'm project manager with HF&H, and I'm joined by Rick Simonson, senior vice president with HF&H. So to continue, in terms of the rate setting process, the first step is establishing the revenue requirement. There are three components to the revenue requirement. First being the recology collection costs, and those are increasing 9% in 2024 from 2023 levels. Those are being driven by the high inflationary period that we experienced in 2023, and those inflationary increases are allowed as part of the franchise agreement that the city has with Recology. The disposal and processing costs are the second component, and those are increasing by 25%, and that's a result of the new Shoreway Facilities Operator, SBI, entering into a new agreement with the South Bay Waste Management Authority, SBWMA, of which the city is a member of. And so SBI took over site operations earlier this month, and that new contract is really what is leading to increased tipping fee costs. And finally, there's the city fees and expenses, which includes the solid waste program, as well as street sweeping, as well as franchise fees and landfill closure fees. Let's go to the next slide, please. The city has worked to reduce the overall revenue requirements since the 2024 Recology compensation application first came out in August. Since that time, of which an original revenue shortfall of $3.8 million, almost $3.9 million, was projected, the city has reduced that shortfall by $2.1 million. They've done that in three ways. First, there's a one-year deferral of Recology increases. This is known as the cap carry forward deferral. And the portion shown there in the variance column is the percentage of increases above 5% that can be deferred for 1 year instead of being collected by Recology in the current rate year. So that's one recommendation that we have that the city should move forward with in order to defer those costs for the first year. Second, there's the disposal and processing fees. The SBWMA, through the advocacy of its member agencies, was able to reduce for 1 year the disposal and processing fees, so to temporarily reduce that 25% increase. So the way that manifests is through a 5% reduction to its tipping fees, and we've estimated those to be about $517,000 in savings. And finally, the city also worked to reduce its expenses by pausing the landfill closure fee collection, as well as reducing the capital fee that it collects for its trash capture devices. And so overall, there's still a $1.7 million deficit based on revenues at current rates that needs to be addressed through rates as well as reserves. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Fortunately, there is a unique component to the existing franchise agreement that the city has with Recology. Recology has a balancing account payable to or from the city at the expiration of the franchise agreement, which is set to occur in 2035. So there's still about 11 years left of the agreement. The way the balancing account works is that when Recology collects more revenue than the approved cost of service, the balancing account increases. However, the opposite is also true in that when Recology collects less revenue than the approved cost of service, the balancing account decreases. And overall, if the cumulative balance goes negative across multiple years, interest is charged to the city. And I'll note that, again, this balancing account is separate from the city's solid waste fund reserve. Let's move on to the next slide. So the city is currently carrying an existing balancing account deficit before the revenue shortfall that I discussed in the previous slide of 1.7 million. So based on current projections as shown in the table, including the 2023 revenue reconciliation of which there will be a shortfall, the city has an estimated balancing account deficit of more than $1 million. The balancing account deficit of $1 million, as well as the $1.7 million revenue shortfall, would lead to a much larger balancing account deficit in future years unless rates are adjusted or unless the city uses some combination of reserves and rate revenue increases. Let's move to the next slide. Tonight's proposal really includes two components. The first being increases to commercial rates, commercial multifamily rates. The first increasing the 20-gallon cart rate charged to commercial and multifamily customers by $2.85 per month to align this rate with the current cost of service. And second, the other proposal is to remove the existing commercial organics rates discount. The current rates for organics customers, commercial multifamily customers, is based on a 25% discount of the existing solid waste rates. So under this proposed plan, rates would be the same for the same level of service in terms of the volume of the container, be it solid waste or organics. And this discount was originally in place to encourage commercial organic subscription. However, in light of SB 1383, which requires commercial organic subscription, this discount is no longer necessary, and hence why we're recommending these proposed increases. These increases are recommended to align the existing rates with the cost of service for these commercial customers. So let's move on to the residential rates. The city has been on a multi-year plan to realign residential rates with the cost of service. And for example, the variances are shown for 2023 in the bulleted section, and this really compares the rates at the time of the 2023 study to the 2023 cost of service. And so you can compare these percentage differences with the percentage differences shown in the table below, which represents the updated variances based on our study that we've conducted in this most recent year. There is progress being made in that the variance is decreasing for the 20 and 32 gallon customers. And so that means that rates are moving closer to the cost of service, which is imperative as previously described in the presentation. So let's move to the next slide, please. Tonight, we're recommending presenting three different options to increase residential rates while at the same time addressing the cost of service. As stated previously, tonight's presentation is really so that council can provide direction as to which level of increase for 2024 they would like us to pursue. However, we've included a 5-year plan for the council's reference and for their consideration in terms of the extent of rate impacts in future years given current cost projections. Each of these three options would achieve multiple objectives, including using solid waste reserves to reduce increases to ratepayers. It would align rates closer to the cost of service, and it would allow the city to generate sufficient revenues to meet its expenses by 2028. So under the first option, rates would uniformly increase by $7. So 20, 32, 64, and 96 gallon customers would all see the same level of increase to their monthly rates. Thereafter, annual increases for the following 4 years could be and are estimated to be $5.89 based on current cost projections. All told, that means that current rates would increase by $29.58 over a 5-year period. And the city would use $1.5 million in reserves from the solid waste fund in order to phase these rate increases in and to absorb the revenue shortfalls. The second proposed option is a $6 a month increase, and this option represents a more uniform 5-year change in that the first year increase of $6 would be followed by $6.17 increases thereafter based on our current projections. Under this proposed plan, the city would use additional reserves, and the total reserves would be $1.85 million. And finally, the third option, rates would increase $5 a month, representing the lowest increase of the 3 options proposed. However, future rate increases would be expected to be higher than the other proposed options, while at the same time the city would be using the largest amount of reserves under these 3 proposed options of $2.2 million. Speaking of reserves, we wanted to provide an overview, so if you could go to the next slide. The city's solid waste reserve fund has about $6.2 million as of the end of last fiscal year, of which the city plans to use, or is recommended to use, $1 million in reserves in 2024 to reduce the historical balancing account previously identified. The city plans to use up to $3 million in future years to reduce rate increases and mitigate the balancing account deficit. Also, as part of this consideration, it's recommended that the city keep $2 million in reserves for 2 main reasons. That's to replace the current street sweepers, as well as to have sufficient cash flow on hand for the operation of its solid waste program. Next slide, please. So to return to the 3 options, this provides an outline of how the rates would change under the 3 proposed options. You can see the current number of subscriptions for each of the collection sizes based on the solid waste rate or solid waste cart size that each residential customer chooses. So you can see the 2023 current monthly rate as well as the 2024 cost of service rate, as well as the proposed 2024 monthly rates under the 3 options. Next slide, please. For context, we wanted to provide this comparison of how San Mateo residents compare to their neighboring agencies. All neighboring agencies included within this comparison are SBWMA members like the city, and therefore are subject to the same types of cost increases that the city is currently facing. Therefore, while most of the rates shown are based on 2023 rates, we would anticipate that other agencies would be increasing their rates as well to adjust to the same types of cost increases. As it stands under the current plan, under the current rates, San Mateo's customers pay some of the lowest rates of the member agencies, and under the proposed plan, which includes the $6 a month option, the median option, the San Mateo bill would still be less than the median and the average of those surveyed. Let's move to the next slide. I put together a similar comparison for 32-gallon customers, and really the same trend is true for both the current rate as well as the proposed rate under the $6 a month increase option. And next slide, please. And for the 64-gallon customers, San Mateo residents currently pay the least amount for 64-gallon subscription levels. And under the proposed option of a $6 a month increase, the bill moves closer to the median as well as the average. And finally, the 96-gallon comparison, San Mateo residents currently pay a little bit less than the average or the median for 96-gallon subscription level service, and under the proposed plan, would increase such that their rates would be slightly less than Redwood City customers face. And with that, I will return the presentation to Brad Underwood.
Thank you, Gabe. So again, just to summarize, the solid waste rates must recover our cost for garbage, recycling, and compost collection and disposal, and the other solid waste activities that we perform. The pay-as-you-throw model, as I stated earlier, is really no longer applicable to these rates. And then the efforts we propose to you tonight bring us closer to bringing those customer bases in alignment with their cost of service. As identified, there would be increases needed for this in future years as we go forward. It's good to see our rates still below some of the neighboring cities that we have near us. Next slide. So again, this is just a summary again of what was identified in the presentation regarding rate increases for the commercial customers and the residential customers, and then the remittance of the balancing account deficit so that the city does not have to pay interest rates on that as well. As far as the timeline goes, we're before you tonight to get permission to mail the public notices on the 218 ballot. We need a 45-day public noticing period, so those notices would go out around February 2nd. Be back before you all on March 18th for the public hearing, and then with the rates hopefully being approved, those would be effective on April 1st of 2024. So again, just to summarize the request of council tonight, is to provide direction on the residential rate increase of $5, $6, or $7, the commercial rate increase of the 20-gallon cart and removing the discount for organics, authorize the Prop 218 notice mailing, and then provide direction on use of solid waste fund reserves for future years. And I think that's the end of the presentation. We'll take any questions.
Thank you very much for a complicated but very important conversation. Thank you. So who would like to start our questions off?
Good evening. I'm Director Underwood. First, I want to compliment your amazing tie. It's so nice to have such high fashion represented in our city staff. Okay, so I guess I wanted to ask about the removing of the organics discount, and I guess I hear you in terms of our need to align our fee structure with cost of service, and that we're aiming to sort of shift in that direction to become fully aligned. I also, want to acknowledge that having a discount that supports participation, encourages participation in sustainability initiatives like composting is an important part of our sustainability goals, right? And so I'm wondering, is there a way that we can do both, where we provide a discount, and sort of a runway for the eventual removal of the discount, and also move towards a fee alignment? Because if there's a way to extend the timeline, and sort of the stop clock when the state law triggers, and I agree with you, it's moot. But if we can eke out even a little bit longer for the community who we want to actively participate in this program, and I believe that providing discounts to do so is a good way that's worked in the past. And so I guess that's my question. Is there a way that we can kind of tweak around the edges to to balance out both of these requirements or goals?
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, we did discuss potentially doing this in phases, but we also considered that the cost of service for commercial is pretty much in alignment, and so this is not as big of a hit to that customer base. And then the residential piece is taking a larger hit of that to align the cost of service. So that's kind of why we're proposing what we're proposing with the reduction all at once. I see the city manager.
My understanding also is that the new state law now mandates that organic recycling is in place. Is that correct, or is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so it would then, everyone has to, they're required now, kind of what you were saying of the moot point, that they're now required to do organics recycling starting the first of this year, I believe.
Yeah, the incentive was established several years ago, right, when it wasn't a requirement, and so that's why it's really kind of obsolete at this point in time as well. I don't know if Gabe or Rick, you had something to add?
I believe you covered it, and you were alluding to it in terms of there's really the trade-off of by limiting the discount, or I would say phasing in the discount, then that requires additional rate revenue shortfalls be made up through the residential rates, which we're proposing 3 options that we acknowledge are larger increases than in past years already at this point, and the city would be faced with a large deficit as it stands to be made up primarily through residential rates.
Okay, thank you. And then this is sort of an adjacent question, but I'm wondering, I know that our commercial, our adoption rate or our utilization rates are very high, and we've been very successful in getting commercial properties and multifamily properties to participate in composting. I was wondering, because I heard of a very unfortunate scenario, not in the city of San Mateo, in the city of Burlingame, that a large multifamily residence was paying for the service, but actually not utilizing it and effectively not offering it to its residents. And it's essentially like a workaround, right, where they're paying for it, but in fact, there's no compliance. And so I'm wondering, as we look at increasing rates, are we also increasing accountability and checks on compliance?
We work very closely with Recology, and we spend a lot of time on compliance. It is just now coming into effect that we have both the ability and the obligation to enforce on AB 1826 and SB 1383. Multifamily is a challenge for a lot of reasons. I don't doubt that what you heard could be true or is true, but it won't be true for long because it is one of our, both the city's and Recology's high priorities to work with multifamily because A, we should, and B, there's a lot of material to be diverted from the landfill there.
Thank you, that's encouraging. Those are my questions.
All right. Councilmember Newsom? Not yet, okay. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes. Thank you. I got short arms. It's true, and it was clear from that we're not the only city involved in this, that other people are going to share this weight with us. It's a multi-city endeavor. So is there a possibility Because my understanding when this all started, that we're taking back huge amounts of soil that we didn't, that we're required to take back, that we don't have an outlet for. Is it possible with large gardening companies that we can market this to try to recapture some of our money? If it's clean enough.
Well, exactly. Part of 1383 creates a circular economy around organics. And the way that it does that is use of a formula based on our population that says the city must procure a certain amount of finished compost or finished organics commensurate with what we generated. That's why it's based on population. Our target is 8,244 tons a year, which translates to a whole lot of compost.
And a ton is 2,000 pounds.
Yes, sir. And it's even more if you try to meet it through compost. We can't hope to meet it using it in the city. We have a program with our other jurisdictions in the county where we're applying it on farms in the county through the Resource Conservation District. We met about 13% of our target that way. We will ultimately have to reach out to the agricultural community and the rest of the state and have direct service provider agreements with them to meet our target. There are other options that we're looking at to reduce that cost through the use of anaerobic digestion and organic slurry that's created. But the key is contamination. Municipally collected organics has a lot of plastic and other material in it, which when finished is not appropriate for use in parks or gardens or farmland. And we are participating in a task force to increase our education and outreach around compost in order to clean it up. But until those efforts are successful, it's a real challenge.
I think the effort, especially with multiple apartment buildings, I mean, I'm in a multiple family, and we've really worked at educating people. We pay for all, as a homeowners association, for everything. So all they've ever to think about was, because ours picks up on Mondays, is on Sunday night I take a bag out to my can. Now they have to figure out how to compost. We do have gardens.
Yes, sir.
And there are some people that were already composting, but it wasn't a large number.
I'm looking for all sorts of partners, community gardens, landscapers, but it does come down to contamination.
Yeah. So I was afraid of it. Because as this grows, just for your information, our homeowners assessments were about 5.25. There's 5 years ago. They're 7.25 now. That's been through increases of solid waste, electricity, water, and insurance. And, you know, how much longer can people stand that? Yeah. Which will probably lead you to that I'm going for the lower number.
Well, we're still on questions, so we'll get there.
I know.
Okay, Councilmember.
I'm just giving him a peek under the covers. So that's it for me.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just have one question to follow my colleagues. Just to clarify, we've heard of a number of initiatives we're effectively taking to try and meet these new increases, in addition to the proposed increases to residential and commercial. The city is using some of its reserves and proposing to withhold certain fees that would otherwise be charged. But is it correct that the non-residential increases are sort of possible and needed regardless of whether we pick 5, 6, or 7 tonight?
Yes, that's correct. That will get those rate classes in alignment with the cost of service. That's what we're recommending.
Yeah, and I guess what I was getting at, maybe just for further clarification, is we wouldn't be able to pick the higher amount of like $7, for example, and avoid any of the other line items that we need to effectively get this increase tonight.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick question. Do we know if there's any correlation in the size of a garbage can to household income? And so what I mean by that is are pensioners who are one person living in a household on a fixed income more likely to have a 20-gallon, or do we not see a correlation for household income? And why I ask that is, would it be feasible or conceivable to perhaps give a higher rate increase to people who are larger garbage generators or trash generators than someone who's a smaller generator?
I think that's what got us into this position in the first place, because we're not meeting cost of service on the residential side, right? So whatever we do now for the larger carts, we'll get the larger carts closer to cost of service quicker, but it would just mean longer term for the smaller cars to get into collection. And we're just kind of recommending that we get everybody there at the same time.
Sure. And a quick follow-up to that. Do we know what percentages are 20, 32, 64, and 96 gallons?
Yes. Just a second. As you can see here on this chart, the number of customer accounts for each of the different sizes.
Jack, if I may, if you go back 3 more slides, you can see those percentages.
Oh, that's what that percentage represented. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
If I may answer the first part of your question, we don't keep that kind of information, a correlation between income and size of container.
Great. Since I have no questions and no further questions, then let's open it up for public comment.
Madam Mayor, I have no requests to speak in chamber. If you are attending remotely and wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. Madam Mayor, we have no requests to speak on this item.
All right, thank you. Then I will close public comment, bring it back to council for comments. Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation from staff and for the thoughtful plan for future increases ahead from staff and HF&H. I guess I'll say I have a light preference tonight for the $6 a month increase because it seems to smooth out future payments. The closest between this year and future years. So it gives us and residents perhaps the most predictable increase for upcoming years. But it's just a light preference. I think, as has been noted in the presentation, we have a ways to go, and I think if the council were interested in one of the other ones, I could get behind it. I do just want to say that this is certainly an unfortunate situation. I think we were aware of some upcoming increases as we discussed in the last time we had a session on this topic, but to have that compounded with additional increases that came about due to some of what we've been having to experience throughout the world, inflationary increases and more, is unfortunate. But I appreciate that we have the ability to get through this over time and to plan thoughtfully toward getting that done and achieving cost and service. I also just want to quickly note that as the council's representative at SBWMA, I appreciated that board's approach and interest in approving a bit of rate stabilization on their end, so that we, I think, together are having sort of a balanced and diverse way of approaching this to help reduce overall impact on residents. And I want to thank Brad and Jack, who is also a member of the TAC, Technical Advisory Committee of SBWMA, for advice and guidance and helping be a part of that overall process. Thank you.
Would you like to speak, Councilmember Hedges?
My preference would be to delay as much pain as we can. So I would be set on the $5, but I do understand, as Councilmember Adams' issues too with the $6, but I still would lean toward the $5. I know that we have to make it up at some point, but it's just that in my district, people aren't as well heeled as in other parts of the city, and it's going to make a difference to them.
Thank you. Who would like to comment next?
I could get to $6, but I'm inclined to support the $5 increase. Over the years, my previous council was really trying to be as responsive as possible to the economic conditions of the city and the country as a whole. During the pandemic, we kept rates as flat as possible in every opportunity that we had. And given the fact that we've been in peak inflation, we've been experiencing peak inflation rates, and the city has also initiated a new rate. I think that we would do right by community to dip deeper into our reserves, which are there to be used in exactly these kinds of times. And so I could be convinced for a 6, but I think that we're well situated and I think supported in this climate, taking the least painful approach for our taxpayers and our residents. So, and I hope that the community can see in our deliberations that, one of the hopeful key takeaways is that where we can use money, we do. And that there is a high sensitivity to every single person in this community and what we ask of them from the tax perspective and the services that we provide. So I appreciate the presentation and the diligence here, and my vote's for 5.
Deputy Mayor?
We pay now or we pay later. I mean, that's the unfortunateness. I think I started at 6 and now I'm leaning more towards 5, and honestly, I could go either way. It's going to be painful for everyone, and we have to just bite the bullet and do it. I say we do 5 for now and move forward with 6. Hopefully, or hopefully we don't need to. Maybe we find more ways to be more efficient with waste. Maybe interest rates come down in a year or two and we can see a little offset there as well. But I would support for now 5.
Thank you. And I also would support 5. I think the message we heard from the voters in this past election, mail-in ballot, was if we're going to entrust more money to you, we want to make sure you're using it wisely and that you're trying to find money anywhere you can to offset the cost of living for us. And so I think this is a clear demonstration that we went and we looked and we analyzed the money that we had, figured out a plan for how we could use it most efficiently over time, while giving our residents and property owners some measure of relief. So I would vote for 5 as well. And I agree with the direction on the future use of solid waste fund reserves as recommended. Yes, please.
After hearing compelling comments from all my colleagues, I would like to join you in consensus toward 5. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So I hear the consensus on the rate moving forward with $5, but I only heard from the mayor about staff's approach on the reserve. Just if I could get nodding heads, whether or not I'm seeing 1, 2, 3. Okay. So all nodding heads, then we'll move forward with the recommendation that we've put forward for the utilization of reserves over the next 5 years.
And do we need a vote to authorize the staff to mail the Prop 218 notice?
No.
Okay, great. Well then, do you have what you need? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So reports and announcements. Are there any reports and announcements tonight? Yes, Councilmember Hedges. Okay. Would somebody else like to make a report or announcement? No? Okay. All right, we're waiting for you, Councilmember Hedges.
It's going to take a second.
Okay.
So the first thing I want to talk about is...
Mike.
Please turn on your mic, yes.
So one of the first things I want to talk about is the $4 million we talked about early. I would like to see some money set aside in case we need it. It's good to think that we may have the money, but I'd like to see money of that $4 million set aside in a fund that we may not have to use.
You're talking about the stormwater.
Yes, the stormwater master plan and updates. I want to draw attention to the pedestrian safety. As someone who's been struck in a crosswalk in front of the old police station a number of years ago, and lucky enough to be agile enough to land on my feet when it threw me in the air, I would really like to see part of this Vision Zero that there are no right turns when the pedestrian lights are on in this city for that 15 to 24 seconds, depending on the crossing. And I would also like to see no unprotected crosswalks in left-hand turns, like at 17th and El Camino, where several people have been hit there over the years. We had 1 death. So as long as we're mixing people that are in a hurry with people in a crosswalk, there is going to be a tragedy. So that would be my comments on that. And just in transparency, I've met with a number of people who are concerned about the cell towers. And I had asked the city attorney, he was nice enough to give it to me today, for the emergency ordinance. And it says that any ordinance declared by the council to be necessary as an emergency measure for preserving the public peace, health, safety, and welfare, and containing the reasons for this urgency may be introduced and passed at one meeting containing the reasons for its urgency shall become effective immediately. As soon as the practicality after the passage, the emergency order shall be published in the official city newsletter. I could go on, but it's clear that it's really up to us. And so I would suggest that we do so. There's a lot of angst out there, and not necessarily to stop the towers, because that's obviously not going to happen, but to make people believe and that we are actually trying to make as modern an ordinance as possible that gives them as much protection as possible. So that would be my great ask for the city council, and I know it's something that may not help as much as we'd like, but I think we need to move forward on it. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? No? Okay. Councilmember Lorraine.
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Hedges' comments. I think, frankly, at this time, I think with regard to the stormwater suggestion and the cell tower suggestion, I think I'm comfortable with where the city manager and the city attorney are at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, well, with that, it's time for adjournment. And I think that tonight, this is, given what Councilmember Lee shared with us earlier tonight, that it would be very appropriate for us to adjourn in the memory of your auntie. So if you'd like to say a couple of words.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I think I've said a lot.
Great. All right. Well, then let's bow our heads for a couple of seconds and be grateful for the love that was in the world. All right. Thank you very much. And before we adjourn tonight's meeting, a quick note for everyone who has joined us in council chambers. City Hall will be closing in 5 minutes after the end of this meeting. No, it's not, because we have to continue. Yeah, so it's my mistake. 5 minutes after the next meeting, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so anyhow, we are adjourned, and we will continue the sustainable building strategy now.
So just when you thought you were getting out, pull you back in again.
Exactly. So if anybody needs a break, or shall we continue right on? Okay, all right, then let's keep going. And I think where we were was my question turn. Thank you, everyone, for all your help. Okay, so in the interest of keeping things moving, I just had two general questions. Number one, can you give us a little more understanding of what you mean by explore and adopt new reach codes, as opposed to requiring electrification on replacement?
Sure. So your question, I think, is addressing number two, this
Yes.
idea of different reach codes than what we have in place. I think the nuance there is that reach codes are specifically referred to a type of policy that affects the building code. And so we'd look at other types of building reach codes that would be triggered at different times of renovation to encourage or require electrification. We listed, I think, an example city that requires electrification work be done during specific types of remodels, so that's something the city could consider. But there's other reach code models out there that haven't been explored or aren't provided in depth in this document. And then different from option number 3, which is requiring electric equipment upon replacement ahead of back-mid rules. There's other policy mechanisms that the city could explore and do more legal review to understand how we could start to require electric equipment outside the building code.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And then to our city attorney, I was wondering if you could share with us the impact of the Ninth Circuit decision and what our plan is moving forward.
So I'll just say that we're certainly aware of the Ninth Circuit litigation involving the City of Berkeley and the California Restaurant Association. It's a very lengthy decision. The court recently declined to have the entire court, called an en banc review, review a prior decision of a different appellate panel. But suffice it to say, we're aware of the decision. We're reviewing it to determine how it will impact San Mateo.
Okay, and you'll keep us informed as things
Yes,
happen?
certainly.
Great. Thank you. Okay, those are my questions. So since we've already done public comment, we can move on to comment by the council. Who would like to start? Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you very much to our presenters for hanging in there and coming back to us, and for a thorough presentation and your presentation to the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission earlier. Okay. So I want to start by just mentioning that my main interest is the main interest of this program, to pursue building electrification to reduce emissions per our climate action plan goals in a cost-effective and equitable way. I really appreciate this opportunity to dive in and get some more data and have the data inform potential next steps for this council and the city to take, so that we're going into it clear-eyed. And I appreciate this opportunity to, right now we're being given an opportunity to explore more and, use what we've learned to further iterate and come up with ideas that could work specifically for San Mateo with that data. So I'll say I want to, frankly, I was thinking about how to say this, but I guess I am just going to say I support all, specifically 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I would encourage my colleagues to consider the same, given that we're in an exploratory phase and we're not committing to anything tonight, except to continue that process of building upon what we've learned so far and seeing in a more thorough way what options would end up on the table once we complete a community-driven process with outreach, engagement, and further study. And I'll just go into a little more detail that I support options 4 and 5 for sure. I think these have been, discussed at Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission meetings with Andrea, with, Public Works for multiple years. And, I appreciate that we're having an opportunity to, again, get some data on this and potentially explore moving forward where we can for commercial buildings, which, as was described, can be trickier in various cases, and to lead as a city and model the way, particularly given the community response we've gotten to date. I think if we can show that it's how it's done and show the benefits that can come in our own buildings that we're going to use together, that's very important. So definitely 4 and 5. I support option 2, but I just want to remind folks that option 2 is really something we were already doing. And so that's the status quo. That's if we hadn't done any of this. The city of San Mateo would essentially be doing kind of a mix of 1 and 2. So 3, 4, and 5 are the new ideas, and the intent behind this was to see what more we could be doing, because I think we're acknowledging that where we are today is not yet at the pace we need, given advancing climate change and impacts. So I also just want to say that I don't think the no new policies part of option 1 is a good fit for San Mateo. That's actually something we're not currently doing. We've undergone several building code cycles of REACH codes, and we've continued to push forward in a cost-effective and equitable way that brings everybody together. So I don't think that's a good fit, and that's kind of why I'm focusing on 2, 3, 4, and 5. I also want to support 2 other policy options that I really hope the council colleagues can consider in addition to what we're seeing up on the screen. One of them was brought up by a number of commenters, Mr. Cabot and Mr. Whitehair, taking actions to smooth our permitting pathways. I feel that I feel like that I'm hoping that council members can consider that kind of regardless of how many others they might be interested in, because I think that's in the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here. Even if we're, regardless of how fast or aggressively you want to pursue next steps. And on a parallel with that, to establish a city fund for rebates and cost sharing for those who are applying to try and make these types of replacements, have the city help offer some funds, and I hope that this could potentially be supported by grants. This is not necessarily asking for added cost in a different way by taking general fund and i.e. your taxes. I'm hopeful that there's an opportunity to get grants for this, such as ones that were recently announced by Peninsula Clean Energy that can go towards city electrification programs. So I'm hopeful that that's a possibility. I feel like this option would be helpful, again, sort of regardless of what options council members are ultimately interested in, because it could go toward a number of different programs and policy options and be helpful. It could help bridge the gap between, for someone with like a furnace and AC combo, as we're seeing, there are low tier options and mid tier options that can be more expensive. It could potentially go to panel upgrades that people may find they need when they're thinking about replacing a water heater and felt like they had the stacked incentives to make that a cost-effective option, only to find an extra added cost. Or maybe we could use it to pitch in if an incentive changes, right? Or we could pay for services such as a loaner gas heater that someone may find that they need, as Deputy Mayor Newsom was bringing up. There are, if contractors can provide that service but need an extra fee for it, perhaps this can help toward that. And of course, hopefully there will be concierge services from Peninsula Clean Energy on their way, and so I'm hoping for some collaboration and synergy there. As far as option 3 is concerned, again, as I mentioned, given we're in an exploratory phase, I just ask that we keep all options on the table, especially as far as water heaters are concerned, because I think what we saw in the presentation is that, I understand, actually, when I first read the admin report, I was personally thinking that I wasn't going to be interested in 3. I was thinking, oh, well, as others have commented, the back mid targets are indeed ambitious. And we're going to want to build up to those regardless of what we pick. But we got some data back that says water heaters are effectively cost efficient today in 2024. And so if that's the case, it's hard to swallow the idea of waiting until 2027 to take action on that, especially given that we have, I forget how many it was, but it's tens of thousands of water heaters that we want to replace with our existing climate action plan goal that we already agreed to and already committed to. If we lose a couple years on that, that may be very difficult to make up in the future. So I want to explore that. I just want to explore it and continue to explore it. And it may be, I guess, let me get back to my final thought on that. I think if we continue and just keep an open mind and explore it, we might find a solution that might not look exactly like the exact language that we're talking about today. That might have some tweaks and we might find that we might find that it may not in fact work for San Mateo, and that would be fine. We've done the work and we can say that we did the work and know that it won't work and can move on. But we might find that if we make tweaks or like cost burden based exceptions in various cases, that it may in fact be viable. We may be able to find different language like NOx standards as opposed to an outright prohibition that might allow us to continue. And no matter what, of course, we're going to need robust outreach and engagement. We're going to need more outreach to local contractors who are going to need to be ready for whatever we propose and who we need to work with to succeed. We're going to need more research. We need financial support and support from partners such as Peninsula Clean Energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hedges?
Even though I'm a true believer on this, I try to look at everything as not a true believer, because that can get you in trouble. So this is not pejorative against you. I'm just not at this point in agreement with some of the lower costs that you've mentioned. I think it's going to be more expensive. In my experience in my development, it has been more expensive. And there may be reasons for that that are unknown at this time to me. I would say that there are a large majority of people in this city that may not even be aware that this is coming in 27. And we need to have buy-in, not shoving it up faster. And part of my blue sky proposals are ways that we get that buy-in. And it's going to take a lot of outreach. And all of our people who do community organizing within our city to get people out to these meetings and get them on the website. So I'm actually okay with number 1. I am not okay with number 2 or number 3. I just think, especially with number 3, that's pushing it a little too much. We have to get buy-in. I'm okay with number 4, and I'm okay with number 5. I'm getting, when people find out about it in my district, and that's a lot of them that don't know about it, I'm getting some oh my gods. And I think you know what I mean. It's out there. This is something else they have to deal with. If you don't know about District 4, I live on the side of the lagoon that's actually better off financially. There's a large swath of my district that are just hanging on. And so they're not going to view this unless we can explain it to them, find ways to help them pay for it. One of my suggestions is we've got to have, in the permitting department, people on a desk 5 days a week, not 3. And we've got to have them educated and be able to demonstrate how people can get these rebates. It has to be at all levels to make sure people understand it and are able to file for it. When you have somebody in a neighborhood that may be working 2 jobs, there's quite a bit of that, have a number of children, and other responsibilities, maybe even a parent that's living with them that's older, that we've got to make it as easy for them as possible. So if you have questions of me, I'll try to answer them, but otherwise that's where I stand, and I'm not going to prolong it.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Pardon me, but Councilmember Hedges, may I humbly ask your
Don't
interest
you dare be humble.
in those other 2 ones I proposed as well?
Pardon me?
The streamlining permitting pathways and a
Oh yeah, I wrote
fund.
that down actually. That's part of what my blue sky stuff is. We've got to get this done.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And a city fund to help with rebates and cost sharing?
If we can afford it, we've got a lot of other responsibilities, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. I think that this is a really interesting moment here where I was part of a previous council that set this very ambitious goal that was unanimously supported by the previous council to decarb by 2030. And we have, I think that the options presented and this meeting has directly addressed some key concerns, the 2 primary key concerns coming from community, right? Number 1 is the impact and potential, reliability on the grid, and the other being cost. So, I think that, taking a note from community and understanding how we make policy decisions being responsive to community, I feel very comfortable that any concern about the grid has been, has basically been clarified. And I hope that the public can understand that the decisions that we make in the city of San Mateo and our goal to decarb by 2030 is supported by the professionals and the experts in the room who have high confidence that the grid can support that goal. The other concern, which is cost, I think we do need to be highly sensitive to, and we have, in the previous agenda item, displayed and demonstrated that sensitivity. There is, I think, as Councilmember Lorraine raised, an opportunity here to maximize and optimize the money that's on the table. And the fact that by our own city analysis, water heaters are cost neutral. So I would urge us, and I would invite us to take a refined look at these policies, specifically with the lens of cost impact, and not throw away number 3 in its entirety if there is clear justification that it is A, cost neutral, and B, part of a suite of strategies that can be supported by our grid and our grid capacity. So for that reason, I think that I support Councilmember Lorraine's idea that all of these ideas, all of these options, including the 2 that he mentioned, probably deserve further conversation and feasibility analysis and legal analysis. I think the main point for me, now rounding the bend 5 years into this job, is that I don't want another plan. I already adopted the Climate Action Plan. That was back in 2022. What I want to see is resources and programs. And I think that that's what the community wants. I thought that one of the speakers today, who was a realtor, who I think has a real finger on the pulse of what is happening in terms of the mindset and the decision points of buyers today and community members, right? And what keeps San Mateo a desirable community. People want to make this change. The vast majority of San Mateo supports our efforts, supports us being leaders in climate resilience. The question is, how do we do that? How do we get there in a way that is supporting communities to actually live their values? And so I think from my perspective, I feel like it would be great to say, let's set up, here, let's go number 1. Number 1, for me, it's, that's a given. What's missing here is not just increasing outreach and education around incentives, it's developing programs, it's developing resources, right? It's developing plans and support so that we can say, our climate action goal was set here, and we're benchmarking this year how many people we're supporting to convert and what resources it will take to get there. That's the level of planning that I think the community is expecting of us, and I think that we can get there. I would like to see in our next meeting a breakout of our inventory analysis, right? And why there's a strong justification to focus on retrofits, right, for single-family homes, because it is well justified when you look at the GHG emissions, right? That needs to be clear as day so that we can say we're making decisions that are backed by data and science and clear analysis. I want to see a trend line with our 2020 goals, where we are when we adopted them, how far we've come, and how much further we have to go, and where these programs line up in supporting that, based on the number of permits that we're getting, right? Based on the projected shortfalls for rebates for each of these ideas, and what a city fund could actually accomplish. That's the level of analysis that I think that this city is looking to us to provide, so that we can have a full-throated conversation about what adopting any one of these ideas could actually look like, and take it from idea into implementation. That's my feeling, just in terms of a general strategy and approach. So I support number 1. I think it's unclear, and it needs to be much more clearly articulated that we're dedicating resources and programs based on benchmarks against the cap. Number two, I guess I just lived in a world where I always expected that San Mateo would be a leader on reach codes. I don't want to see a day where we step back on reach codes, personally. I don't want that to happen on my watch. I always expect San Mateo to lead our county on reach codes, and the reason why so many community members from across the county were tuning in to what is happening in San Mateo, and why do they care what's happening in San Mateo? Because San Mateo acts and the rest of the county follows. They are looking to the largest city in our county to step into the leadership and really uphold the reputation that we have built over 2 reach code cycles. So it is not on the table, from my perspective, to step back from that goal. Number 3, I am very interested in a limited analysis of what this could look like specifically to water heaters, and a financial analysis from that idea of the city funds and rebates to see where we could move the needle most effectively, most impactfully, most cost effectively to help fill gaps for any other potentially required equipment replacement. Number 4, it's not my fave, honestly. I think it creates a lot of administration for the city, and so I am open to it. I'm open to learning more about it, but I struggle, honestly, with this one because it's not as bright a line from my perspective in terms of getting as many homeowners in single-family homes where we know is going to make the greatest GHG impact, getting them to do the conversions. So I'm open to learning more about this one, but I'm struggling to see, given what I anticipate to be a huge resource cost and administrative burden, how that effectively weighs up against getting money directly in the hands of our homeowners. And number 5, always, we have to hold ourselves to the standards that we are setting. And that was one of the number 1 reasons why, I think we did the right thing with the leaf blowers, is saying, if we're not doing this right in our own city operations, if we haven't learned how to effectively transition and support the practice in our own city operations, we cannot impose this on other people. And so I absolutely support number 5. So that's where I stand on all of these. From my perspective, the permitting streamlining is a given. It should be a given, and it should be part of the comprehensive analysis that we're doing as part of number 1. So I just, maybe I'm being too literal about increased outreach and education around incentives, but I think that we need to take a hard look at the ways that we can streamline. I mean, if we're calling those incentives, but I don't think they are. I think it's really like, how do we operationalize and streamline internally to support people to do these conversions? That, to me, should be given for number 1. And so maybe it's there, but I'm missing it in the description. But that's how I would read number 1 and expect number 1 to be. And I think all of this is, all of these conversations are empty if we're not talking about actual resources. So I strongly support the suggestion to create a dedicated fund. And I think that's exactly why we fought for, Councilmember Hedges and I, and the city at 71% supported Measure CC. That's exactly the kind of initiative that, that I think is well supported to create a city fund. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Sure. Excuse me. Well, I'll start with 1 and work my way down. So when I read 1, follow state and BACMed require, is that the right way to say it, BACMed?
Yes.
Okay. Follow state and BACMed requirements, continue adopted research codes, and focus on outreach incentives? Yes, of course. The problem I have with this particular one, to echo a little bit about Councilmember Lee has said, is I don't think that is mutually exclusive, meaning we can slash out, introduce no new building decarbonization policies from that description, because by doing one does not mean that we're not doing the other, meaning we can still be introducing new decarbonization policies while following the state mandate. Does that make sense? So,
Yeah, I think the clarification I'm looking for is just what menu of options you would like to see in future project outreach and project analysis. So
sure. So I support number 1, but I would like to see slashed, introduce no new building decarbonization policies, because I don't think that applies. I also think that maybe instead of incentives, we should either add or replace the word programs. I met with Peninsula Clean Energy a few weeks ago, and there are programs in development here that really are programs, not incentives. And I think, so it's either incentives/programs or programs instead of incentives. I'm going to skip 2 and 3 because they're harder, and I'm going to go down to 4 and 5, and I'll circle back. So 4, I'm for that. However, again, to echo what Councilmember Lee was saying, is I'd like to see what that entails and how expensive and difficult it is to actually enforce. If we can't enforce it, then there's no point in legislating it. But overall, I'm for 4. Number 5, I agree, again, I'm a yes on 5. I think we should be always doing it first. We should be leading the way as the city. Obviously, there still is a financial impact to that, meaning we can't just, necessarily put solar on every building, because we're not going to have the money to do that. But I think wherever and whenever we have the opportunity, we should be leading the way. So is that clear on 1, 4, and 5? Okay, now 2 and 3 are a little more complicated. I see real problems and challenges, even after listening to everything that everyone's had to say, as far as the costs of adopting. So, when I look at 3, I think we already are leading the way, and I'm not sure that trying to be better than 2027 and 2029 is not still leading the way. So, for that reason, I think I'm a no on that, and that doesn't mean that when I have a future study and more information, I won't change my mind, but that's where I am on 3. And then 2, I'm, again, kind of concerned. I think that there's a lot more cost involved to requiring electrification at the time of renovation, and I'd hate to see that people don't renovate because because the extra burden of cost. And I'm not, while the cost of one water heater versus the other might be the same, the cost of upgrading my panel is going to add significant cost. And so I'm a solid yes on 1, I'm a maybe on 2, but for right now a no. I'm a no on 3, I'm a yes on 4 and 5. And then when it comes to what Councilmember Lorraine suggested, as far as streamlining the permitting process, I'm 100% for that. And I kind of mentioned that earlier. I was talking to Peninsula Clean Energy about the idea of having a loaner program. I don't know if we can contribute to that in any way, but I think it would be great to work with plumbers and utility salespeople to help them put programs in place for a loaner type program. I experienced this in my own family just a few months ago, where my mom's water heater, which was only 2 years old, cracked, and there was two things with that. One, it was replaced for free. So it's like, well, I'm not gonna. But the other thing is even though in the big picture, we all were like, oh, it'd be great, we can convert her, the timeline to doing that was problematic. So, looking at this loaner program and having public information about that, I think is really key. And city fund, I'm a maybe on. So city funding, like if there's funding there to be had, then I'd be willing to look at it, but until I know what that even looks like, I'd just like more information. Does that all make sense? Okay, thank you.
She's writing furiously.
Sorry.
Okay, no. This is a great discussion. I think the woman who was the real estate agent that Councilmember Lee brought up was very real. Everybody wants to do this, but it's the cost, or it's I can't put in a new panel. So I'll go through all this in a second, but one question I still don't understand, and I know the community doesn't understand, is the difference in the costs that you have shared with us, which I know are data-driven and I know are from the bottom up and make sense, but I have people coming to me every day saying, one woman came the other day saying, I have a 1,400 square foot house, it's a single floor, I hired somebody who was certified and recommended by PCE, and they told me that just to replace my gas furnace is going to cost me $29,000 before rebates, and I'll get 10%, and so therefore it'll be something like, whatever. So I listen to that, and I hear that all the time, and I see your data, and I think there is just a major disconnect. And that's one thing for us, because I agree, we have to get there. We have to figure out how to reconcile that disconnect. And it can't just be saying, we've got all this data, and it says this, and it says that, because people are having life experiences. So I think there's something that has to be done there. And I look at, it's cost, but it's not coming together on cost. It's not a question of is it too expensive. I'm on planet Mars and you're on Venus and we got to get together somewhere. I think there's also, in thinking about objections, and I'm down on with Councilmember Lee saying we've got to develop programs, because that's what people will see. I think that makes all sorts of sense. Last year at Blue Sky, I proposed doing a one-stop shop, sort of a concierge, and general belief on the council was PCE is doing that, so we don't have to do that. I don't know where that is, and the community certainly doesn't know where that is. So if PCE is about ready to launch something that really is just come to me and I'll take care of all this mess, then I would be behind it so fast it wouldn't be funny. But I don't know that exists. So that's what I really think we need, because then you have someone to talk to about, well, you say X and I say Y, or what's possible. So I think something very tangible, very real, and that comes back to what programs can we do in San Mateo? Not that we have to shoulder all the burden, but I listen to other things, and equity is a huge issue, which you so rightly brought up, and people, low-income people, have been discriminated against in terms of all this for a long time, and they just also don't have the money. So what can we do to figure out what it's going to take? Could there be a program where we fund, low income, do a pilot, and it's low income individuals, and they can be taken from all over the city just based on income requirements, and we really work with them to say, what do you need and how does this happen, and give you the information that you need to then go forward, rather than saying, we're going to do this without really understanding how. So I think, once again, it's the program. So I'm, number one, I agree with everyone, it is absolutely base case, but I would almost say let's turbocharge it, and I would include everything Councilmember Lorraine said about streamlining. I would love to streamline building permits everywhere, but let's start with this. So this is a great path to, once again, making it easy, taking away objections. Number two, we're going to need a fund. If we do, I agree we should have a fund, whether it's cost sharing, replacements, doing a pilot with low-income individuals. We need something where we can test out all sorts of different ideas and see what works and see what doesn't. And whether that money comes from us, whether it comes from Congressman Mullen, whether it comes from grants, I'm not the how. It's just we've got to be able to have resources available, I believe very strongly. Then, let's see. Then one big thing that we really haven't talked about very much, and I think Councilmember Hedges did a little bit, is the lack of sufficiently trained workforce. And I know lots of companies, I know Menlo Spark was on the line tonight, they're working on it, lots of other people are, the community colleges are, the labor unions are. I would love to see another program that somehow we're supporting what the community colleges and the labor unions are doing to really get more sufficiently trained individuals. Because I've heard that as well, just within my own circle of who's coming to me, that I'd really love to do it, but the PCE certified XYZ is saying, I can't get to you for another 6 months, or, gee, I'm a contractor, I'd love to give you the job. Somebody mentioned it, but I don't really know what I'm doing, so I'm going to charge you 5 times as much, to sort of say either it's worth my while to figure it out or, go off. So I think really, what can we do to support efforts that are ongoing right now to really support efforts to get those trained and, good jobs, good labor union jobs, good reasons for people to go to CSM, all of that I think is very important. In terms of new reach codes number 2 and number 3, I am interested in exploring. I'm not interested in adopting anything right now. I'm not interested in requiring electrify and replacement of water heating because it comes back to your data shows me that it is free, it's cost neutral. But we need to be able to show people and have them believe that it is. Because if we just say we're going to require this, then people are just going to say, well, I'm out of here, or I'm just not doing this, or I'm not going to do what I need to do, and they're going to do things that are not safe and which we don't want to do. So I think people, and so to the point, I think everybody in this dais has made so far, outreach, incentives, programs. It's not just sending a postcard around. It's actually doing some, door-to-door campaigning like the flood-free people did for the Ballot initiative. And the climate action team, the San Mateo Climate Action Team was here, and in their letter to us said, we'd love to help in any way, shape, or form. Why don't we enlist them and all their network to go out and start a campaign of knocking on people's doors and saying, okay, here are the targets, here's what you can do, can we help you, and let's hand you off to wherever that one-stop shop is, whether it's with San Mateo or it's at PCE. But really getting out and using all the resources because they're passionate. They know they can talk and educate as well. We need a lot of extra support. So all this comes down to sort of, I support a turbocharged version of Policy 1, that it's not just sitting there and saying, yes, I agree, don't introduce no new building decarbonization policies, because I think these are a lot of new policies. And outreach and education is not just sending postcards, not to denigrate postcards, but it is, people talking to people. It's the only way that ever happens, and understanding what their objections are. I mean, I don't think we know enough because we're seeing this sort of dichotomy. And I'd be interested in analyzing, is this water heating thing really, is that really for real? I mean, your data says it absolutely is. I'm willing to believe, but I'm hearing things on the other side. So, yeah.
I think just hearing you guys talk about costs and everyone kind of has this, like, I know this one time that someone came to me and they're like, my cost was super high. And I think part of what may be happening is, I'm working with data sets of thousands of people of all of these projects that all went well and were great. And I think that's a majority of homes, and we don't hear about those, right? If someone goes to get their house electrified or get a water heater and it's doesn't cost them anything and it's great and it gets installed. No one's like, man, I have a great hot water heater. It's awesome, right? Like, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
I think what you hear about is like the 1 in 30 case or 1 in 50 case
I've
where
heard 100 people. This is not one. But go ahead, I interrupted you, I
I
apologize.
think part of it is you hear about the cases that are really hard, and I think those cases do exist, and I don't think that we can just brush those under the rug and say, oh, it doesn't matter, like it's 1 in 100 or there's 100 in the city or whatever. I think the challenge will be, how do we get all the easy cases done and make sure those happen, and then provide the right support and the right programming for the folks that have the really challenging service or, the panel upgrade that needs to get done.
Right.
So I think that's the challenge for us, is to think of a policy that has those right safety mechanisms in there and can allow us to hopefully capture more than just voluntary on the places where it's easy, but then provide the support for the places that it's hard. And from the data we're seeing, I'm confident that that's a smaller portion than you might feel after hearing those kind of anecdotes, but I think that's what we're working on right now.
Well, maybe just to follow up, and then I'm sure there's other comment. Maybe there's a program we can put around this rather than saying thou shalt and requiring, because there have been several things that have happened in the city in the past couple of years which have been well-intentioned. We all wanted them to happen. But for all sorts of reasons, they were not implemented as customer sensitively as they should have. And so there was backlash to it. And that's what I'm concerned about, because these policies have to work. I mean, we have to get there. But I'm really, really concerned that if we don't do it in such a way where it is, I can call it a program or a pilot or whatever, as opposed to by next Tuesday, thou shalt, it's going to be a problem, particularly since we've got, so I'm open to ideas. But that's the core. So just to go through, number 4, yes, I hear the concerns about administration, but as I understand what you said, there are other places that are doing it. And I think given that concern, come back to us and say, how do we do it in the least burdensome as well? And I completely agree with everyone. Electric first policy for city facilities. I think it's going to be a great example because, is it Dan, the consultant that did the work for the city and identified a certain number of the, I don't know how many buildings, 15, 7 were high potential. Then there were 8 that were not. And I think that's reality, right? And that's reflective of the world. And we're going to understand by going through that how we have to help the rest of our community. So, you wanted to say something, did you? Oh, city manager, I did not see you. Thank you.
Because I've been really taking notes on all of this. And so what I've heard unanimous agreement from all 5 council members is around 1 item, policy options 1, 4, 5. And then Councilmember Lorraine's 2 other ideas of 1, to establish a fund, which we'd have to figure out exactly how that works, because we have to think about gift of public funds, whether the city uses its own money rather than going chasing grants and utilizing that like with PCE. So that's just a qualifier. And then the other streamlining is the other one that we heard consensus around too. So then I heard on items 2 and 3, I have Councilmember Lorraine, I heard you supporting that. Councilmember Lee, I heard you support that. For water heaters, yes, as the 1 on 2. And then I heard the mayor also say you're open to exploring 2 and 3, but not adopting.
I'm willing to learn more. Let's put it that way. I'm not willing to adopt, and I'm not willing to require.
So then what the direction to staff is, then we'll continue with this entire suite here, and continue to explore, and then go ahead and bring back additional information in addition to Councilmember Lorraine's 2 items.
Oops. Go ahead, Councilmember Lee.
I forgot to mention an idea, and I don't want to get too into the weeds about a program idea, but I think it's worth mentioning, and I think its values aligned with this council. As everyone knows, the city of San Mateo has two very important equity community priority areas. Equity community priority areas, as everyone knows, has a higher pollution burden than any other neighborhood in any other, in the city. These two areas in San Mateo are historically redlined areas, also have the highest rates of poverty. And I think that from an equity perspective, which I think is a value that we all share, I would also just add in a layer that when we develop programs, that we look to implementation in our equity priority areas specifically. Because when we're talking about where we can shift environmental health pollution burdens, I think we need to look at where the highest need is and how we can direct resources and programming to actually support those communities that are living with the highest rates of asthma, with the highest rates of water pollution, with the highest rates of environmental pollution across the board. So I would just add that additional layer that I think needs to be made explicit and in any programmatic development. Do I have council support on that?
I would support that. I would also add in looking at low-income individuals across the city.
I agree. Can you use your mic?
I agree.
Turn your.
I'm good with that.
As well, yes.
Great.
I'd like to say something else.
Please, Councilmember.
Yeah, so a couple of things I wanted to bring up about cost. You can't fix that cost. If you've ever hired somebody to do a remodel, the price of that remodel goes up depending on the amount of work they have. So as we get into this, there's going to be fewer and fewer people who are available. The contractor that I would use, and I'm going to use, also does remodels, but they're very good. They've done several of these systems in my community, and they're well thought of. But again, when he's got a lot of work, he's not as willing to sharpen his pencil. And so you can't just, and we're going to require more of this work. This is not going to be a static. Even if you're absolutely correct on it, it's not going to be static. Number two, there were two developments. Mariners Island started being developed in about 1977, 78. There were two developments by the same developer. One was Las Casitas, one was Harbortown. I chose Harbortown mainly because it was all electric. But I did that not because I was trying to decarbonize the world, because I didn't understand all that then. I did it because of earthquakes. So there's another very paramount reason in this area to not have gas lines running through your household, is because they break. And when they do, it creates, at the very minimum, fires and oftentimes serious explosions. Most of the 1906 damage in San Francisco was from fire, not from the earthquake itself. So I think we need to make that clear to people too, if they don't realize it is. This is also a safety issue for you when it comes to earthquakes. That should be part of the points we bring out to people. So we can sit here with the people that are already pretty much decided this is a good thing to do, but we have to go out there and convince the people that don't even know about it yet. Okay, that's all I got.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I believe we have, as staff, we have the direction that we need to go ahead and move forward. The one piece that I'm going to be very, very direct with the council is that this is an ambitious plan in the next year. And so I'll be coming back during the budget process to ask for some resources and support so that we can execute and bring this forward. So just wanted to make you aware of that. So we have all five here, plus we have Councilmember Lorraine's two additional items, plus Councilmember Lee's additional item of focusing on equity priority areas, and also the mayor of looking at low income.
But we're, in 2 and 3, I was interested in exploring and analyzing, not requiring or adopting.
And in order to do that, it's going to take staff work to
Oh, I
dig in
understand.
deep and
I
then
just
do the outreach.
wanted
So
to be
I hear
very
you on that.
clear.
Yeah, very clear. Yep.
And in terms of the city fund that Councilmember Lorraine had,
That's also included.
right, and that could be, part of the evaluation would be what could it be used for? So it could be used for, loaners, as Deputy Mayor Newsom said, or it could be for something else. So
Absolutely.
and then I heard a lot of people, probably me most loudly, talking about convenience and how do we help people understand where do you go, how do you do it, just take it away from me so I'll do it. Because if it's not convenient for me, I'll just do something else. So I don't know, maybe part of my request is find out really how real is what PCE is doing. And if not, then I think we have to step up and start evaluating if that's not going to happen. Because I think it will be a tremendous obstacle to getting people to adopt these things if they can't go talk to someone.
Well, and I would just add to that there's only going to be so much that PCE can do because they will know what kind of programs they have to offer and what kind of things might be available at a regional level. But when it comes to people coming to the city that want to get a permit, that want to use our programs, and that want to get permits from us, PCE is not going to be able to help them with that. It's going to have to be our staff that know how to navigate our system, and that's going to be largely dependent on our staffing and our resources. And, we are there 5 days a week, and we have as many people who are available at any given time. And, we heard a lot about streamlining. And for the REACH codes themselves, we do have same-day permits. It's when they're mixed in with the renovations and when there's plan review and we have vacancies and vacations and holidays. And for those same-day permits, the reason why they're often not issued on the same day, it's when people don't pay their invoice on the same day. And so there's a lot of confusion. And, what we heard Ryan say was, those ones that are high-ticket items are outliers. A lot of times what it is what we're hearing is that the cost of the other parts of the renovation are mixed in, and we're getting the whole bill. And I think what Ryan's doing is teasing out the cost of the electrification and not the new flooring and not, the whole new kitchen and not the remodeled master bathroom that went with it. And so I've heard those high ticket items too. I just heard a story not too long ago about a huge cost. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's your whole house. And you're telling me about our REACH codes, and it's not the same thing. And so I think there's a lot that we're going to learn as we move through this process. And I think it's going to be enlightening for all of us, but I do think that it's going to be important to keep in mind that there's only going to be so much that each agency or organization is going to be able to do, and a lot of this work is going to land on us. So what Alex just said about the ask to do the research and analysis is going to be one part of it, but implementing it, depending on what we land on, is going to be a whole nother big part of it. And, a lot of what we experience from what we hear from our customers is because of people being rushed. It's because of resources. And what we're talking about now is more resources. And so I think that's going to be part of the story that unfolds before us.
Yep.
I also wanted to emphasize one other point is that as we go through this exploration process, some of these options are going to need a legal review, some more so than others. So that's something just to bear in mind as we analyze these options and, when we return to council.
Exactly, and that's another reason to try and make the programs and the outreach more effective, because it's going to be volunteer. Volunteer people coming up and say, oh, I've heard there's this great new program at the city that'll help me, blah, blah, blah. that is different than the concerns you raised, but yes. So, okay, any other comments? Does everybody have what? Yes.
I do just want to confirm as an alternate on the board of Peninsula Clean Energy now coming into 2024, a primary board member. The concierge service is coming, and it's going to be very helpful. I agree completely with Assistant City Manager Horsberger. It's not. Both of us will have to meet the moment.
Together. Yep, that's good news. All right, then everyone, I think we are done. Thank you so much. This meeting is adjourned.
I love that sound.
Be careful. That